Thank you. You could
Hi,
like sideways.
I'm Jennifer
Oh,
McGalley.
hi there.
Nice to meet you. Water, just in case.
Like twist it sideways.
Yeah. I will need you to. I've got a meeting.
Yeah. Come by me. I'll be floating.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, no, that's good.
Are we set up? Do you need someone above the projector? I don't know. Andrew, who's presenting first? Who's presenting first? Just Bassie's going first. It's Bassie, Justin. So yeah, put it on there. All right. Maybe we can take our seats. You look so officious. I expect you to start reading the news.
This is the BBC.
This is the news. All right. Welcome back. We now have a most excellent panel on commenting. And I'm going to stop yammering almost immediately and hand things over to Andrew, who is our MC.
Thank you, Mark. Welcome, everyone. My name is Andrew Lasovsky. I'm the project lead on something called the Coral Project, which is a collaboration between Mozilla and the New York Times and the Washington Post to build open source tools for publishers of all sizes to make better communities around journalism. So I'm very excited about this panel. Here speaking, in the order that they will be speaking, we have Bassie Atim, who is the head of community at the New York Times. Next to him is Justin Chang, who is a PhD student at Stanford, and Jenny Stromagalli, who is an associate professor at Syracuse University. Following their presentations, we will have a discussion, and you will also have your opportunity to join in. So, Bassie, would you like to kick us off?
Great, thanks. Hello, everyone. It's great to be here. Sorry if I'm a little out of breath. I spent a long time last night researching 4chan, and please don't quote me on that. I wanted to go ahead and just give a few, kind of a sense of my experiences in the industry over the years. And also, just want to provide a quick trigger warning for people who get confused by scattershot thoughts. This is a little all over the place. I think, I've worked for the Times for about 7 years as in the community department. I've been the community editor for, 3 years, I believe. And I think I've found that community building is, more than anything else, it's about having an instinct. So, yes, there's rules, there's algorithms, there's semi-analysis, but at the end of the day, at that moment when the most extreme circumstances force our readers to, want to seek the thoughts of others, the most important thing that I found is having the instinct of your readers. So to do that, I think the key thing is to understand why they came to our site and reflect that mission in everything we do as community builders. So, that idea kind of starts at the most basic, lower level, which I think is what kind of moderator are you going to hire? The Times, if you're unaware, has manually moderates the vast majority of comments right now, although, we're starting to move away from that, but right now that's the case. So, a moderator on nytimes.com is going through these streams of comments one after another in an endless stream for hours at a time. So, at some point when you're reading comments, there's a defense mechanism that kicks in. And that's one of two things. It's either, you don't want to lose your faith in humanity, and you'd better not lose that faith if you want to, do the job effectively, or you don't want their thoughts, or what we call their longings of fact, to seep into your own opinions. So, when you get to that point and you've been kind of pegging away at it for an hour straight, you're essentially flying blind. Your subconscious has taken over as a defense mechanism, comment after comment. So when I'm hiring, what I want to know from people who apply is, what do you instinctively keep off our site? I mean, you can build everything else if a person's smart enough. You can learn the rules, you can take a test. But the only way to avoid the big mistakes and the things that make readers lose faith in our space is your instinctive ability to understand where the line is between, causing offense and being offensive. So obviously, it's kind of a tough task. That line is pretty much invisible, and not only is it invisible, but it's relative to the publication. But it is real. It does exist. So, but I think the only way to know where that line is, where faith in your space is lost, is to understand why your readers came to your site specifically in the first place and how they did. So, if we, take a step back from that granular look for a second to analyze that, all the interconnected systems we're building work in the same way. If the content you're providing doesn't meet the purpose of the person whom you intend to arrive, you're not going to get any return on investment. First, because you didn't make an investment. You invested money, perhaps, but the only investment you have to readers is your organization's intellectual capital. You can hire someone to build something, to do anything really. You can build a comment system to moderate comments, but you can't use money alone to make a reader want to provide you with quality content, or at least I've never worked at a place that had so much money anyways. So I think you can use the sum for what you've created, use the sum of what you've created. And in our case at the Times, it's a crowd of the best journalists you can find, or you can hire the funniest, most contrarian people you can find, or whatever it is you do. And then based on that, have the ability to ask your readers honestly, how would you like to bring a face into this crowd? So as we all know, the web is replete with examples of just the kind of failure I'm getting at. Just a super quick example here, and I'll avoid the other examples. So if you're an arriver at MySpace back in the day, in its just post-peak, Britney Spears' page looks freaking amazing, all right? It looks great. The odds are I didn't get there through Britney Spears first, though. I came there because my friend wanted to look at his page and his music. So your initial reaction is probably, dear God, this looks like shit, how embarrassing, or this site must be cheap, or why are all the comments porn spam? Then I might come back if I can find somewhere to avoid that sparkly pony gif. But that's a well-known example of failure, but we have to ask ourselves, how is that any different than what a lot of general news organizations are putting out there right now? So let's take a generic national general news organization. Their thought process is, people love to talk about the news, okay? They should talk about it on our site, okay? Let's give them a place to talk, all right? We're doing good. Now let's put a comment section on the bottom of each article. Okay, so I'm an arriver. I came here for news and analysis and the occasional, of course, cable news, rapping grandma to lighten things up. And I go to the comments section, and everyone here is pathologically angry. From that moment of first arrival, you're spiraling out of control. The game is basically already over for that reader. So when they come to your comments section, I found, the first and every time they have to see a reflection of the same content they arrived for. And if we aren't doing that, we essentially aren't doing anything. So, then that leads to the natural question, who's doing this well at a large scale? I mean, of course, there's, physics and science and hobbyist blogs that do it well, but what about general news where you have a whole assortment of people? I think actually that Gawker does it pretty well. You come for snark and philosophy-tinged news commentary, and regardless of the internal staffing problems they've had with it or the problems with with a few people who click a level deeper, that's pretty much exactly what you get with the comments there for most people. And The Guardian does it well too, I think. It's just layers and layers of Guardian. So I think the best comments are really kind of like a Russian nesting doll of the original site itself. So if we look at these slides here, this is a survey we took. The data is outdated, and so keep that in mind. It's from 2012. We have more granular results now, but this still illustrates the general point that we're seeing. We asked people why they commented, people who people who thought comments were really important. So what you see there is that they want to learn more about the news, the vast majority of people. Now, the next thing is, what is the main reason, why did you comment? What is the main reason you post comments? It's like the same question. Let's just use this slide. This one's more interesting, actually. The main reason you post comments in the Times, only 5% say communicate with others. To me, that's absolutely the most interesting thing. And on the Times, we have a few different sorts of comments. So if we go down another one, we ask people what comment sort is most valuable to you. And here, this is also really interesting. Readers, this isn't true for every site, but readers come to the Times specifically for our editorial judgment. And so our job is to provide them with more of that and to almost give them the impression that they're being judged by Times editors just like our journalists are. So, and I think in a lot of cases, the point of community in a news organization isn't to create a club. Now, if you can get that, and by all means, if fringe investments can get you there, go for it. But a lot of that is just going to be catering to a very small group of people who will probably be there anyway. So, my point is that moderators, community strategy, need the instinct of your organization. They have to be of your organization. And that's why when I personally bring a moderator in for a test to try and become moderator of the Times, I try to confuse the hell out of them. I don't give them nearly all the in-depth instructions they need to figure things out. What I do is I show them extremely difficult comments and ask them why they would have approved or rejected it, given only a paragraph of preamble. And then I grill them about foreign policy and then about domestic policy. So now, if we've identified what needs to be done, how news organizations can go about creating a system that is valuable for their readers, the next step is how do you go about doing it now? Especially if, like so many news organizations, you're behind from the start. And I think in these cases, we can't be afraid to put up our hands and say, like, stop, just enough of this. And I don't mean banning users. I wouldn't ban somebody unless they sent threats or spam, especially since we manually moderate anyways. And I don't mean ending comments because you're setting a group of your most dedicated loyalists to other sites at the behest of a small minority of trolls. But to make this work and to change the overall image of community on news sites as a collective, we have to be willing to stop accepting content from users if it doesn't reflect our mission, while understanding that the mission of a news organization, especially nowadays, is conversation. So resources are low. If many of us were to scale to a point where curation rather than policing were really possible, we might wind up with 2 comment threads a day. And imagine all the time we'd lose. And if we forced ourselves to watch over the worst part is there's no tangible evidence immediately to be able to show our bosses that there's dividends from this approach. But to me, the real problems with comment sections and the reason why I think they're underused on general news sites is this tragedy of the commons we have going on now. If you stop, someone will steal what you have But the more we get, the more we shovel under each piece of content, we decrease the odds that anything of true value will ever be seen there. And that poison decreases the probability that those who can offer value to our readers will ever think it worthwhile to give it to us. So, my bottom line is that I don't think we have to treat comments as content. We can't cede all the social world to a few large companies. There's a place for us as news organizations to play too. The topic-based community that emphasizes additions to articles meant for the general public to consume. That's what social networks are often too large to replicate, and that's the value we need to be obsessed with perfecting in our field. So, by elevating thoughtlessness, by giving voice to stupidity, we don't promote the marketplace of ideas. If we have to force our most thoughtful visitors to adopt aggressive, counter-trolling tactics, we deprive their ability to change their mind, to listen with an open heart to new perspectives. And so right now, the industry is kind of in a place where we either poison our own people or we throw them out. It's kind of insane. And, I'm not sure what the aim is there, that readers won't expect to have an outlet to speak to us in the era of social, or that they'll come back to us over and over again just purely through social channels, that they'll be satisfied enough with our words that they'll come back even before there was a comment system. I think we're failing every single day that we don't integrate the views of our readers into our coverage of the national discourse, and I count the Times in this too. Because traditional journalists can't tell a story of how a mind changes over time in most cases. Social media can't tell that story. Only we can, a good community department focused on the same people for long periods of time, can tell that story consistently. And so I think that's really a big element of modern journalism that is missing, and a kind of subterranean reason for its decline. So, I think if we do that, we can do more than what an entire homepage full of comment links can do, more than an endless stream of banal reactions of a social network. We need to build a feedback loop. So we've come a long way, and just to be talking to you all about this is a great step. So I think we just need to make sure we finish the job. Thank you.
Thanks, Bassi. Justin.
All right, hi everyone. Thanks again to the organizers, Nick and Mark, for the invitation to CNJ. I'm Justin. Today I'm going to be talking about antisocial behavior in online networks. This is joint work with Kristen Lesko, Nicholas Mizilla at Cornell, and Yuri Leskovich at Stanford. And I guess in contrast, I'll be presenting a more computational approach to understanding comments. So to put it simply today, I'm going to be talking about trolls. So this is things as they are today rather than how we hope things could be. And before we begin, I should caution everyone that this talk may contain some strong writing. So to start, here's a CNN News article from a few years back. It talks about the impact of social media on how women and girls perceive themselves. So let's take a look at the actual comments that people made about this article. So here's one comment, and these are actual comments. And if the comment itself wasn't already bad enough, what's particularly problematic is that comments such as these attract substantial attention. So in just a few replies, you can already see the conversation here going off the rails. And many of these comments have little to do with the article. So what would you call people who post these sorts of comments? Yes, trolls. And if you've ever read comments on CNN or any other news site, maybe not the New York Times, you probably aren't surprised. Trolls disrupt online discussions and communities, and trolling is a significant problem, so much so that many high-profile websites have actually decided to completely turn off comments. And while trolling is bad for online communities, how can we work towards building healthier ones? So one way you can do this is through trying to understand what's going on with trolls. And I'll talk about this in 3 parts. First, how are trolls different from regular users, and how do trolls change over time or become trolls? Second, how can we predict troll-like behavior? And last, how can we use these findings to inform the design of better online discussions? So to start, let's define the context in which we're examining trolls, and at the same time define what we mean by trolling. So we looked at 3 popular news websites in the US, CNN for general news, IGN for gaming and entertainment, and Breitbart for politics. This comprised 18 months of data with 1.7 million users making 40 million posts and 100 million votes. As a first step, how common is trolling on these sites? So while we can't measure trolling directly, what we can do is look at how many posts get deleted by moderators and how many users get banned from the community as a proxy for troll-like behavior. And what we see is that a substantial amount of posts and users get removed. So we know that trolling, at least in some form, is relatively prevalent in many online communities, but we haven't still really defined what trolling is, and the literature actually does define trolling in many ways, and here are 4 possible definitions. Is trolling engaging negatively marked online behavior? Is it simply taking pleasure in upsetting others? Is it just not following the rules? Or is it as specific as disrupting a group while staying undercover? So a lot of these make sense, and you probably agree with a lot of these definitions, but a lot of them are vague and some may be overly specific. So what we instead do is define the troll relative to the community and who gets banned from it. So for simplicity, I'll call these users who are subsequently banned trolls. Again, not all trolls are banned and not all banned users are trolls, but empirically these match up pretty well. Now we could compare trolls against all users who weren't banned, but there's a problem here. Trolls are way more active than the average user who only posts a couple of times, so this doesn't seem like a very fair comparison. So what we instead do is define non-trolls as users who are not only never banned, but also similarly active. So using these definitions, we can start to characterize how trolls differ from non-trolls. So let's look at some distinguishing characteristics. To set the stage, here is a thread about an NBA star who's helping less privileged teens fulfill their dreams. Now, most people are pretty positive about the article and saying very similar things. But then you get to this post that's a little different from the others. So if we compare the average cosine distance of text in the post to that of previous posts, we find that posts by trolls are less similar to previous posts than posts by non-trolls. In other words, we find that trolls appear to derail conversations. At the same time, trolls also get more replies from other users than non-trolls, and on average, twice as many, which suggests that they are pretty good at baiting other users into potentially fruitless conversations. Last, we find that trolls also tend to post more per individual thread as compared to non-trolls, who post across a larger variety of articles. We analyzed several other differences in the paper, so come talk to me after if you're interested. So we've seen a few ways in which trolls differ from non-trolls, but do trolls behave the same way throughout their life in the community? Are trolls born trolls, or do they turn into trolls over time? So is trolling nature or nurture? So briefly, here's what we found. So first, we find that trolls do write worse over time. If we use crowdsourced evaluations of post quality, we find that not only do trolls start out writing worse, they worsen more than non-trolls over time. And not only do trolls change, we find that communities around these trolls also change and become less tolerant of trolls. If we control for the content of a post, we find that posts later in the troll's life are more likely to be deleted than posts early in the troll's life. But this isn't the case for non-trolls. And here's some evidence for the nurture argument. We find that communities can exacerbate trolling by unfairly deleting user posts. Users whose posts are unfairly deleted write significantly worse in the future than users who don't have their posts unfairly deleted. This final point demonstrates that there is some cost to punishing users by deleting their posts and reducing the quality of posts in the long run. This also builds on our previous work from ICWSM 2014, which showed that negative feedback has a negative effect on subsequent user behavior. But still, as some sort of silver lining, even though most trolls do get worse, some are actually improving. If we actually look at the distribution of how often user posts get deleted, we find that for about 1 in 4 trolls, less of their posts get deleted as they write more, suggesting that in some way they are improving. So now that we have some ideas about how to tell trolls and non-trolls apart, how can we go about predicting antisocial troll-like behavior? So here's our prediction task. Can we predict whether a user will get banned in the future? Since we want to minimize the impact of trolls in the community, we want to make this prediction relatively early. So as such, we only look at the user's first 10 posts and any activity around it, and we'll use a balanced data set with equal number of trolls and non-trolls so that random guessing results in 50% accuracy. So how do we do? So let's start with an easy baseline. With a simple bag of words text classifier, we get 0.7 AUC, which isn't too bad already. If we rely on manual human labels, or whether a moderator manually deleted any of these users' initial 10 posts, we can do a little better. But with our approach, which uses features based on the observations, including the ones earlier about how trolls and non-trolls differ, we can obtain a performance of 0.83 AUC, which is even better. And note here that this approach is fully automatic and is not reliant on human labels or moderator labels at all. What's cool about this approach is that it generalizes well across communities as well. If we train a model on one community, say CNN, and test it on a different one, say Breitbart or IGN, we obtain a mean AUC of 0.68, which is only slightly worse than using human moderator labels on average. This also suggests that it's easy to bootstrap the moderation of new communities with models like these. Intuitively, this approach also works well because interaction patterns between trolls in the community, such as reply and voting behavior, generalize well across sites, more so than language, which tends to vary more because of topic. So now in this last part of the talk, which serves as a sort of conclusion, I'm going to talk at a higher level about how these findings may inform the design of better discussions. So we know that trolling comprises a significant amount of activity, but at the same time, we have generalizable algorithms that can tell trolls and non-trolls apart. So one immediate application would be to use these algorithms to assist human moderators. Content moderation is labor intensive. And on many sites, moderators just can't keep up with the trolls. But of course, since algorithms, on the other hand, aren't perfect, you still need a human in the loop to actually ban someone. So using algorithms as an initial filter could help scale moderation and lighten the burden on human moderators. Perhaps our most striking finding is that negative feedback generally does cause users to behave worse in the future. Unfairly deleted posts cause users to write worse, and downvotes also cause users to write worse. And if we actually look at the proportion of downvotes over time on many of these sites, what we observe is a negative spiral where we see the rate of negative feedback as a proportion of total feedback increasing over time. So we might actually consider ways to discourage negative feedback then, perhaps by making users think before giving negative feedback, or perhaps even removing the option to downvote. And here's an example of how one commenting system, Discuss, has changed how voting information is displayed. From before, they showed both upvotes and downvotes, but today, downvotes are hidden from view and you only see the sum of the upvotes and downvotes. Commenting systems have taken things further, and some have actually done completely away with downvoting. Another overarching key finding is that behavior isn't static. While most trolls get worse over time for multiple reasons, some actually do get better. So here's an open question that we still don't know much about. Instead of banning trolls, is it possible to tame them or even help them turn over a new leaf? So I'll leave you with that, and thanks.
Thank you. And next, Jenny Stromagali.
I'm reminded of
Howard Dean's blog in 2003 and 4, where one of the prominent sort of comments on the blog was, "Don't feed the trolls," with the idea being that if you pick up and respond to those who are trolling on the blogs, you're just exacerbating and feeding their bad behavior. Sorry, I'm fighting a bit of a cold. I ran in the rain this morning. I don't know if that was a good idea or not. But running in Central Park, I mean, come on. How can you not? Right, so I'm going to give you an overview. We were given about 10 minutes to present. There's many, many things that I could talk with you about. I'm going to give you, thinking about what you might be interested in, what you need, I want to give you an overview about what the research says about online discussion and kind of where we're at today. And then I'll finish talking a little bit about some of the algorithms and ways to think differently about how we understand and measure online discussion. Hold on one second. Okay. So you guys, actually, Justin already gave us some nice examples of comments. But we tend to think of comments as being these kinds of interactions. This was an article this morning in Syracuse.com, which is Syracuse's online and physical newspaper these days. And this was an article, the news article was about a drug raid. 250 plants were confiscated on some farm. And so there's a conversation here of, it's stated that when soft drugs are banned, people migrate to harder drugs. When will the enlightened authorities ever get it? The response, who stated that besides you? Then you get a further response, it's true, marijuana is not a gateway drug. The illegal drug dealer is the gateway. And then we've got Spankopotamus saying, you should probably stop watching after-school specials. Right, so you see in these comments, there's some of the awful things that Justin showed us, but a lot of the comments sort of range around this sort of level of vitriol, shall we say. And so what do you do as a moderator with these things? So this is the kind of the environment. I want to talk a little bit with you about why it is that newsrooms actually allow for comments in the first place. What's the point of this? And there's a long research interviewing newsroom staff to understand why it is that they would open up their news sites to the yucky things that Justin saw us, to sort of that kind of childish conversation that we saw there. I'm going to offer 3 frames. It could be distilled in many different ways. Here's some. So one way is to think about it in terms of marketing, right? So this is a way to grow the brand. It's a way to bring followers to the site. You build sticky content that gets people to stay. If there's sticky content, then people will click on or look at the ads, so it helps with advertising revenue. You build a community in this for this purpose of consumption of your news content, thereby bringing eyeballs to advertisers. There is another idea of readers as consumers. That is, when people are coming to these news sites and providing their comments, they're consuming the news and reacting to it. And so in this view, the purpose of the comments is just to give your consumers of news a place to go and have their conversations without much, kind of interaction back with the newsroom. Then and some of you guys are very familiar with the citizen journalism idea, where newspapers, media outlets are part of the community and have an obligation to engage the community in the work of news, whether as empowering them to be citizen journalists or taking the concerns and views of your community and bringing them back into the reporting that you do. And so some of the function then of conversation spaces on these news sites is then to create that forum for that interaction and conversation to occur. In other words, newspapers and sites as community, and the forums enabling that. So why do people then come to these sites? And actually, again, Justin has given us so we've already got some feedback on this. I'll give you some. I've done a lot of interviews with people, and I have a PhD student who's done some work on this as well. Lots of reasons why people comment. Issue salience, right? This is a topic that they care about. They care about a lot, and they want to share their opinions on it. They like to hear the opinions of others. They want to understand what the rest of the world is thinking on these topics that they're also very passionate about. They want to gain information. They see the opportunity to read these comments as a way to sort of learn more about what the rest of the world is thinking. It allows them to, in the work of expressing their opinions, they actually get to learn what their opinions are, which I know sounds weird. It's like, wait, why? If you're commenting, you must have an opinion. But I don't know, have you ever done this? Like, you feel this urge, like, oh, I'm really pissed about this. You don't really know why. And in the work of typing out your answer, you realize the why. That's the idea here. then there's the venting, and maybe that's the trolling that Justin's talking about, but there is this chance to just go and say, ah, you people, really? Then there's the community aspect, the opportunity to see a set of people over time that you're sharing opinions with, having these dialogues back and forth. There are a common cast of characters, if you will, on a lot of these commenting platforms who repeat over and over and over again. And so there is a sense of people getting to know other people, recognizing those handles and growing that community. There's also this idea of democratic empowerment. People who come to these sites believe that they're doing their democratic duty. Think about that. Right, this is a platform where they can express and have elites, that is, people who have the pen, right? The pen is mightier than the sword. Here are people who get to go and play with the people who have the pen and have these conversations, hoping then that their views will be reflected back in the commentary by the news outlets. So the problem with comments, you guys know this. Incivility, I mean, there's many problems, but the biggest one is incivility. I think as newsrooms, and we've seen over time news outlets experimenting with comments and then pulling them down for lots of different reasons, and primarily it's about incivility. There's a recent study, I highly recommend this came out in just last year, Kokensky and Rains. They analyzed comments on an online newspaper in Arizona. They found about 20% of the comments were uncivil, and for them, incivility included name-calling, pejoratives, vulgarity. What they found, and I think this is noteworthy, is that uncivil commenters are infrequent commenters. Right, so the people who are the trolls that Justin's identifying aren't necessarily the core community members of these online platforms. Instead, these are the people who pop around to different platforms with some agenda or some issue, something that they read pissed them off. They go to the comment section and they go, ah, and then they leave. The topic matters, and there's actually a couple of studies now that reinforce this. Hard news brings commenters. Soft news, lifestyle stuff, does not produce the same volume of comments nor the incivility. It's hard to get really angry about a story about, fashion for the fall. Damn it, I hate black. Okay. Timing and attention also matter. So hot topics, the shootings yesterday, looking again at the comment sections on a variety of newspapers this morning in preparation for the talk, what I saw where the commenting was happening was around the shooting. Those were where most of the comments were occurring. And so timing and attention also matters to this. One thing to note in the interviews that I've conducted, people cite incivility as the reason that they're thinking to stop participating in these comment forums, that when they do experience incivility, they find it off-putting and think maybe they won't do it anymore. Okay, so what promotes good comments? So a couple things to think about. One is, and there's been a number of studies that have reinforced this idea, anonymity is a bad thing for commenting. The more anonymous the people are who get to participate in the comments, the more likely you're going to see yucky things, offensive things, inappropriate things. And so creating platform affordances where people have to register, they have to provide their name and their email address, and that has to be public. And pictures, also, there's some kind of cool experiments on pictures, having somebody's identity wrapped up. And so the New York Times, for example, does with some of their comments. You get a sense of the people, right? This is why news outlets forever have required people to sign their letters to the editor. It's no different. So moderation also matters a lot. So again, we're trying to find ways to automate these moderation systems, but having a human who's reading the comments, pulling off the crap, interacting with people who are engaging in appropriate content, say, hey, look, what are you doing? Don't do this anymore, helps to improve the quality of the conversation. Now, this is important. Interaction between news staff and the commenters is a very important quality increaser. When the news outlets actually talk in the comment section, people behave better. They feel more committed, they feel more connected, and they believe then that the newsroom's paying attention. This isn't just some, back room where anybody can shout and throw mud at each other. The newsroom's paying attention. Then, as a result, that increases the performance. Shorter threads, interestingly, so you can start to see these really long 250, 500 comments. Those tend to be places where there's a cesspool of trouble. Okay, but now I want to think, again, as news outlets rethink comments and pull them off, I want us to embrace, and again, I really think there is an important role for online discussion forums that are hosted on news sites, in part because of knowledge, right? People have the opportunity to read the news, comment on the news. They get to strengthen their opinions, which is healthy for our democracies. We have to have venues for political conversation. It's essential for healthy democracies. And we need to be talking with people who aren't our own social networks, right? That's why we're concerned with Lada's presentation earlier. We want people to have cross-cutting exposure to ideas and perspectives of people who are different from us. Very, very important. Public opinion, then, is an important factor here that is strengthened when people have the opportunity to have these conversations. Greater appreciation for the other side is essential, right? We have a remarkably polarized political context right now. Having people hear the perspectives of others helps to mitigate that polarization. And community, right? Again, you think, now New York Times, gigantic community, right? I mean, it's a global paper. But Syracuse.com is really for Syracuse, or my little local newspaper that's published once a week, the Casanova Republican, right? So with a readership of 2,000, right? But it serves a very important community function. And I think the online platform, these discussion spaces can also do that. And I think there's an important role for this. So what can we analyze comments for? And there's a lot that we can analyze them for. But mostly, at least in the research world, people are super interest in discussion quality. That is, what are the opinions that people are offering? Are they interacting directly with other people? Or are they mostly just kind of spouting off? Is there civility? There's been a lot of work on the Discourse Quality Index, DQI. This is a measure of rationality of discussion. It was originally started as an analysis of parliament discussion and deliberation, and has now been ported over to look at and evaluate online discussion. So I just had a conversation a month ago with a computer scientist from Canada who is building an automated system that will do this analysis, basically analyzing rationality using DQI. And so the components of DQI are justifications. So basically, are people offering justifications for their opinions? Are they, in terms of content of justification, are they making explicit statements of the common good in utilitarian terms or other sorts of things? Respect is another key piece. Are they offering, if there are counter arguments on the table, are those acknowledged, or are they acknowledged but not ignored, acknowledged but ignored? There's concerns about constructivist politics. If people are offering alternative policy perspectives, are they aligned with the current proposal on the table? Are they alternatives? And then in subsequent adaptations of this, there's also been some work on narrativity. So when I asked my computer science colleague, so why use DQI? He's like, well, that's because that's what everybody else is doing. And so since there's prior research that's been analyzing online discussions for rationality, if I want to build an algorithm, it helps to do stuff that others have already done. Okay, that's fair, but rationality, right? When you do research and look at the online discussions, only a portion meets sort of the criteria of rationality. So most studies that come out that look at online discussions say, you know what, people aren't very rational. My response is, well, duh. Of course not. That's not what they're doing. That's not the function, right? Going back to the motives that people have for why they're discussing in the first place, it's not to trot out well-reasoned arguments. We just don't do that unless you're in Parliament. Ordinary people getting up and reading the news while drinking their coffee are not thinking how to craft the perfect argument that day. What are the set of 10 reasons they need to bring to bear to support the claim that they're offering? That's not what people do. So you miss then other, I think, really important aspects of the interactions that are occurring, such as the community work that people are doing. There is honestly a lot of play. If I ever have the time, one of the studies I really want to do is to examine how people play with language, play with frames, and quite literally play with each other through the kind of yo mama so fat kind of thing that we do, that they do. There's work there that is being done. And again, this rationality business, I think, loses what should be, I think, more interesting and important, which is what are the opinions that people are actually offering? What are the topics that they bring to their processing and thinking about current events? And then, again, this groupness. How are people forming these communities, and how can newspapers help with that? So moving on, I think that we can advance commenting in a number of ways. One is, and actually this was mentioned as well, so sentiment, looking at the topics, sentiment means different things depending on who you're talking to. Sometimes sentiment means emotion or affect. Sometimes sentiment means position, kind of are you favor or against. And so you could begin, and there are already systems for this, computational systems, to track topic, sentiment, and position. Sentiment though, if you're working in a newsroom right now and some company comes to you and says, we can tell you exactly what the sentiment is of the people who are talking on your platforms, don't trust them. It's snake oil. There's a lot of challenge actually with trying to figure out positive and negative, especially on political and current event topics because of irony. There's a lot of in talk, there's unique phrases that get used, and so work has to be done to train algorithms accurately to reflect sentiment. It can be done, but if somebody just says, plug and play, don't believe them. Anyway, measuring opinion, right? Thinking about, so here you have this opportunity to get a little flavor of what your community is thinking about. Right, wouldn't it be cool to be able to get some summaries of what it is that these people are saying on your comment discussion forums and measuring their attitudes and looking at actually opinion change over time? And in fact, I've been working with computer scientists. We've built a system now that can track people over time in discussion to see how their opinions change on a topic. And so related to that, you can think also about influencer. So who is influential in your discussion forums? And again, I've got algorithms now that can pretty accurately identify who's influential in an online discussion space using a set of linguistic indicators in the talk as well as network centrality. And so if you guys could know this, then if you're running a forum, right, if you could then say, I want to know who my influences are so that I can mobilize them. Because one of the best ways, your allies in those communities are the people who are active and committed and invested in that discussion space. Why not empower them to help promote the discussion forums? So helping you find them, to engage them and mobilize them, I think would be really beneficial. And as I mentioned, people's comments are much improved when the staff is engaging with them. So can we think about platforms that would allow an easier set of mechanisms for moderators to be able to engage and converse with those community members? And then I've been advising a PhD student in computer science right now who is developing an automated agent who will seed or foster discussion in online discussion spaces. Now, her work is funded by the military, so I don't know quite what the military wants to do, but I think that there's some really cool opportunities for this in non-military spaces, where you could imagine, because again, think about this, we are social creatures. We pay attention to the cues around us. If the conversation in the platform is primarily positive and rich, and people are engaging thoughtfully, you'll do it too, or you won't do it. You'll go somewhere else so you can yell at people. And so if you can foster a community of quality conversation, and if you can have some automated agents doing honestly quite simple things, but can help promote that discussion, that would be really cool. Now with that, I'll stop.
Thank you, Jenny. Do you say the Casanova Republican is your local newspaper?
Yes, Casanova Republican. Oh, I don't know if I've got, hello.
Yes.
There it is, okay.
The Casanova Republican sounds like a great romance novel. So one of the issues that we're really facing here is that it's a space that everybody can see, that it's the same space for everybody. So the conclusions are quite different to those that Lana presented from Facebook. If Facebook changes their algorithm, changes a lever, then you don't necessarily see the effects, or you're not aware of them. Whereas here we're talking about a space where we have very imprecise levers and some algorithmic work going on. And yet if you get it wrong, you will hear from the people very quickly. I wonder, Bassi, if you'd like to start, like how much of your job is actually listening to the feedback that you get, and how do you know when you have got it wrong, or do you get it wrong?
Yeah, I think it's really important. I mean, the key thing about the feedback is the nature of it, right? Like recently, we've had, a core group of really regular readers who contribute great content who are upset about a lot of the anti-Muslim sentiment going on in threads about migrants. But when we go into it and really unpack it closely, it's like, well, the moderators are actually doing a good job, but we have to be able to allow commenters on a certain story to go as far as that story goes in terms of debate. So, I mean, for me, you know, you have to make this place interesting, I think you have to challenge people. But yeah, I mean, there are definitely, you know, just as many cases where we look at something and it's like, wow, this is kind of systematically a mistake we're making in not allowing these kind of responses. So.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of, we hear a lot the freedom of speech argument, the First Amendment and so on, which doesn't apply to private spaces, and yet it's almost irrelevant that it doesn't apply, because if the community thinks it applies, then we have to think about, well, what do they mean by that, and what rules are they expecting us to apply?
I just send a form letter saying it doesn't apply.
Yeah, you have a form letter, yeah, in response. And yet people feel like, especially, there's a confusion or conflation between freedom of speech and freedom of the press, and the idea that, well, you have the right to say anything you want, and I should have the right in this space to say what I want. Jen, do you want to say more about that?
No, I agree. I mean, there is a very serious misunderstanding there in these platform spaces, right? So I think, in fact, I just had a conversation with a student about this the other day, that, you know, these online discussion platforms are, they're a corporate entity, right? And so anybody, you know, there are rules, and people can have their comments deleted because it's a private forum, basically. And so even if you might say, well, yeah, but I've got freedom of speech. Well, sure, on the sidewalk, but not in this platform.
Yeah, absolutely. Justin, I'm interested to know, and your work is fascinating, how much do you think that people who are trolling know that they're trolling? Because, you know, somebody might just have a very angry opinion, but they don't think that they're trying to derail the conversation, even if they are, that is the effect. And does it matter?
I don't know. I think at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter what your intent is. If it doesn't mesh with what the community goals are, I think as far as most people, most community moderators are concerned, that is probably trolling. A lot of the time you can look at these comments. I've looked at tons of comments. My faith in humanity has been shaken multiple times.
I'm sorry.
That sometimes you have no idea whether they are actually joking or do they think that this is really true. Like, for example, there was one comment where I was like, the fact that, what was it? There was something about space aliens causing some kind of political things. And then it's like, this person was talking so seriously, and I was like, are they joking or are they not? It's hard to tell without asking the person directly.
Yeah, and will they tell you if they're a troll anyway?
They will. So, you know, in the interviews that I've done with people who talk politics in these online spaces, some of the people I interviewed are trolls, and they know that they're trolls. They recognize that what they're doing doesn't comport with appropriate norms of discourse, and they're quite okay with that. I mean, part of what they're, you know, sometimes the motivations are, you know, you just kind of want to go and have fun and just blow things up for the sake of blowing them up. And some of it is, you know, it's an act of kind of almost rebellion to try to push people to think or react in ways that they may or may not want to, but do. And so there's the reaction aspect of just getting a rise out of people. I mean, it is worth, I think, keeping in mind, while the numbers of people who are banned is quite high, proportionally it's still relatively low. And, you know, our brains are hardwired to remember a negative, right? We can't help ourselves. And so I think we tend to think sometimes that when we encounter a negative comment, then that's what all the discussion is, but not sort of ignoring then all of the good comments that are happening as well, just as an aside.
Yeah, and also it'd be interesting to know how many of those accounts that are banned are actually one person creating multiple accounts. And yet, as you say, that our brains identify negative, so does it matter that a cup of dirty water will make a bucket of clean water dirty? So how we counteract that. I am slightly concerned about the idea of appropriate discourse, and that it's one thing if somebody is going in there to disrupt for the lulz or, you know, for their own amusement. It's another thing when you look at movements such as Black Lives Matter, which is about disruption for political ends, and that we've got to be very careful that anything algorithmic that we build, you know, how do we make sure that we keep what we want? If you see a civilized and appropriate discussion, whatever that means, are you also unintentionally silencing legitimate political protest?
could not agree with you more with that. It's one of the things that drives me a bit bonkers also, again, of this rationality business with the DQI, because, again, if you are part of a protest movement and earnestly believing that the current establishment structures are inherently violent to your group, your person, then it's not about rationality. It is about, basically punching the establishment in the balls, however you can figure out how to do that, to get attention so that your concern, your problem is finally seen and heard, right? Disruptive politics is engaged by groups who feel marginalized and that nobody's listening or paying attention. And so, again, if we think about these online discussion spaces as platforms, not only for the kind of the casual conversation about the marijuana bust, but also when there's another police shooting, those conversations should, I think, in some cases, be emotional and full of frustration and anger, because that's how that community is feeling, and this is an outlet for them to have that conversation and let the rest of the public understand their frustration. And so we do have to be very careful, I think, algorithmically, because again, there are ways you can pay attention to the kinds of topics to train the system to better recognize that, but dumb systems will see all of that as the same, and that's a problem.
Yeah, Bassi, how does your team deal with different levels of...
Yeah, I think generally, essentially, no matter how abhorrent the opinion is, that, if we're seeing a comment thread that has a few different strains, we're generally going to find a way to get each strain of opinion into the article. So even if that means something maybe breaks some of our rules a little bit, we're in a situation where we're able to say, okay, yeah, but we can't honestly think that this is a discussion that belongs in a news site without reflecting that opinion. And this goes from pretty simple stuff to classic racist stuff to stuff that's like also just like truly horrifying, Like we had a magazine article about, a woman who had been abused and was put on tape for, across the entire internet. And what we had was, I don't know if it was linked to a chan or something, but we had a lot of people, writing in and saying, well, when this happens with a child, it's not necessarily abuse in all cases. It's like, whoa, that's really, really messed up. But we really did our readers a service by putting up the ones of those that weren't completely disgusting, putting up a little bit of that opinion and having people react to it and say, wow, I never realized people thought like that. This is a bigger problem than I thought. Mm-hmm. That's like the journalistic duty we have there.
Yeah, I know that at least one German news site, and there's a cultural difference as well that's very interesting in comment spaces in general, but that they edit the comments they get in and put an editor's note on every single comment saying we removed a paragraph about this, we removed the language about that, which is incredibly labor intensive and also a level that I don't think would be accepted here, but it's a different kind of tactic. Are there any questions from those watching and listening? Yes, we have one here. So here in the second row and then there in the fifth. The second row first, Mark. Come back. Oh, okay, we'll start with the fifth and then we'll go to the second. There we go. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, what do you do about the fact that you may have like 5, 7, 12, 25 comments that are all about the same? So one issue is vulgarity. There's just repetitiveness and boringness. So do you actually like just take the first 3 and then don't do the other ones? Or how do you deal with repetitiveness?
Yeah, on our end, we filter, an individual reader, the more comments they post, has more of a responsibility to say unique things. So that kind of increases over time subjectively for us. But then in terms of repetitiveness overall across the thread, there's not much we can do about that, because even though we don't really want to serve the people writing the comments, we should, because it's a nice thing to do. So what we do instead is create an NYT picks queue to make sure that, to give kind of an executive summary of all the different opinions that most people are going to read.
Could you pass the microphone forward to this gentleman here, and then the person there in the black t-shirt after that? Yes.
There are a lot of discussions that are moving to Facebook. So what is the challenge of that? Like to research perspective, if it's harder to monitor those comments, And from the point of a publisher like the New York Times, those comments on Facebook are different from the comments on site?
I guess I'll.
I mean, I can say just a few things. I actually have a PhD student in Brazil who's analyzing the news site and the news discussions on that site, and then the corresponding Facebook site. So a lot of news sites now are basically shuttling their news articles also to their Facebook pages. And so she's looking at the identical article, but the two different platforms. And I mean, she's just getting started with this in terms of analysis, but what so far is that there's so many more comments on Facebook. So many more, like proportionally, there's probably, I don't know, 5 to 15 times more comments on Facebook. And again, those are not moderated by the news platform in the same sort of way. So even though what she's seen so far is that even though with Facebook, people are identified, right? Their names and their pictures are there. The level of vitriol and incivility is quite high relative to the news sites.
I wish that, Lana, could you get Facebook just to add a whether or not they clicked the link or not before they commented? So I think that context would be very, very helpful. Yes, back here.
Hi, Larry Birnbaum, Northwestern. This was a fantastic panel. I really loved it. And I'm sure a lot of work is going on in this that I'm not aware of, but it just seems to me there are so many disparate goals that organizations have in providing commenting platforms and in which people have in participating in them. It just seems to me that there needs to be a lot more structure there than we see right now. I mean, you can't carry on a conversation with 500 people, let alone 5,000 people. I mean, you can have a conversation with 5 people or 25 people. And that's maybe, carrying on conversations is part of building a community, but it's not all of building a community, and it's really a somewhat separate thing. And telling the person who wrote this that you think they got something wrong, that's a different function too. So I'm just wondering the extent to which we just need a lot more structure to these platforms so that different sort of aspects or components of them can actually help to serve these different needs, including people shouting each other. If they want to get into a pit and shout at each other, that's fine too, as long as it's my option whether I have to go watch them or not,
Yeah, it's an interesting question. There are a couple of things out of that. One is that a comment stream can be many communities, that it isn't just one. And also, do we all need to see the same comment stream?
Yeah, I mean, I just know on our end, I don't want to give away the secret sauce, but that's like the next wave is exactly that. Individualized experiences you have to, Facebook has done such a great job, number one, at running what they do, but also creating the space where what needs to happen in comment can just happen. But what we can do is create unique editorial products that are specifically about our content. So that's the kind of thing I think the industry has to move toward.
Could I also add another point is that one interesting idea I saw recently, which was introduced by, I think, Jeff Atwood, who runs the Discourse platform, that he says that, and again, from what Bassi had said as well, a lot of people just want to stand on a soapbox and just say what they think about this article, and that's the whole point of the commenting system, and that they already get a lot of value just from just typing their own thoughts without talking to anyone else on the commenting systems. So what he suggests is that you instead build reputation through reading comments. So the more comments you read, the more reputable you become, and that might be a good way to encourage a stronger sense of community.
Can I just, I have this thought, I don't quite know where to put this, but one of the things in the research I've done, and I've seen others' results, and actually be curious, Bassi, what your demographic data looks like, but proportionally men are overrepresented in these discussion spaces. One study I saw, something like 70% of the commenters were male to 30% female on some of the news sites that were studied. Do you have, Bassi, what's the demographic breakdown?
I can't give the exact numbers, but we do, we've compared ourselves with the industry. We do a little bit better with women. But one of the key things we're working on now, and I think a lot, Andrew's going to tackle that too, is kind of to deconstruct the original structure of comments, why it was built that way, and try and think about, okay, this isn't the way it ever had to be. A certain group of people made comments this way. How can we change it to be more reflective of society at large? So,
yeah, absolutely. Any more? One last? Yeah, one here at the front. Oh, are we out of time?
yeah.
Sorry. Okay, I beg your pardon. We will
sorry.
continue the comment stream individually. Please thank all the panelists.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much. In a rare move, I'm trying to keep us on time. That's usually not my style. All right, so next up we have a panel of selected papers. As you may or may not know, much of the material for this workshop was submitted through a submission process, and then we grouped the papers that we received into hopefully coherent sessions. So each of these talks will be 15 minutes with 5 minutes of questions. And Nick Diakopoulos is going to be in charge of moderating. I'll keep time. And Hannah is up first. Nate's presenting.
Okay, great, thanks.
All right, take it away, Nate.
Hi, I'm Nathan Matthias. I'm a PhD student at the MIT Media Lab, and today I'll be sharing some early stage work in progress that I've been doing with Hannah Wallach at Microsoft Research as part of my time there as an intern. The research question we set out to ask is, basically, is there gender discrimination in how online news audiences share and interact with news online? Is there a difference at the rates that articles by men or articles by women are liked, shared, and reshared? And just to set some terms at the beginning, I want to be clear that we're focusing on discrimination. There's a long tradition in economics literature that looks at differences in outcomes for different groups. There's another literature that looks at the things within societies and the things within our heads that contribute to those differences. And we tend to talk about those things as prejudice or bias. And here our focus is just asking, are there differences in these outcomes? Now, in addition to caring about like women's equality and issues of justice more generally, there are reasons why we might care about the news in specific, even beyond the public sphere arguments that we might offer. There are, in like large global studies, there are links between gender equality and democratization. Coverage of women politicians has been associated with voting behavior by women. And there's an important role that the news has to play in shaping people's role models and career aspirations. And this is a problem. The problem of gender disparities in the news has been well documented for many decades. In the United States, for decades, women have outnumbered men in journalism school and remain a minority in employment of reporters. There are disparities in opinion writing. Opinion articles are an important path to influence and power and opportunities for many people. And yet, women remain a minority across the board in opinion writing in the United States, and especially so in professional areas. And this problem persists, including how journalists often write about women around the world in global studies, showing again and again how women are written about differently by journalists. And there's been a lot of effort to change that. In fact, some of my own work in the past has focused on creating technologies that newsrooms and that journalists can use to track how they're doing and who's writing and who they're writing about. Another response that's been made more recently by activists and by just an amazing upswelling of amazing women writers has been to turn to the internet to in effect, route around journalistic institutions and share their voices through their own publication media. But at the same time, the internet has not necessarily been like a panacea to gender inequality, as we've seen different user-generated content communities and peer production on Wikipedia and open source and elsewhere, and even comment sections, as we've been hearing, tend to skew male. And ultimately, if we care about women's representation, as Emily Nussbaum said in this great article, we care about who gets heard. And it's that motivation, that question, that goes beyond just, can we expand the supply of content by and about women, to ask, what about who's actually paying attention? There's definitely been other work in this area. Earlier today, you heard work by Lada and the Facebook team looking at differences in the politics of what people are paying attention to online. And our research question asked if there are differences in gender, particularly looking at the gender of the people who are writing the articles and how they fare in social networks. To answer this question, or to explore this question in some preliminary models, we collected a year of 3 UK newspapers, every single article that they published, and then collected the social media impressions for every single one of those articles. We coded those articles into different sections, into sections that were common across those 3 newspapers. And then we also looked at the gender of the byline, whether it was male or female, both, whether it was something like a byline saying like AP, which is coded as unknown. And we took the subset of articles that were either clearly male or clearly female, using these automated means for this preliminary study. And to answer this question, it's important to account for different factors that happen within the newsroom and within the news world if we're to look at the factors happening out on social media and understand whether there could be differences in how men and women's articles are shared. So we looked at certain factors that are at the level of the bylines, so like the gender of the authors, for example, or the number of articles that they were publishing in the sample period. Another thing that we looked at were article level predictors, like the title length, the day of the week, the section, things that we kind of know have an impact on how something is shared. And then we looked at interactions between gender and section, because we expect that different topics attract different kinds of attention. And in like a random intercepts model that accounts for variation between people and between articles, we do find that there is a relationship between gender and these shares, and also that that relationship varies by section. I'll pull out a few examples. In this exploratory analysis, we then looked at specific sections to say, can we like explore for each individual paper cases of this problem to give us guidance for further research. So in The Guardian, for example, women wrote 31% of the gender-identified articles in the period, and they were shared in a pretty similar proportion to men's. In the case of the Daily Mail, women wrote 21% of these gender-identified articles, but women's articles were shared more widely among opinion articles in the period. And then in the case of The Telegraph, women wrote 19% of opinion articles that were gender-identified, and men's articles were shared much more than women's articles, with women's articles being shared about 75% of the rate of articles by men. So these are some initial explorations that we've made in this question, and there are a number of limitations that we want to address in future work. So one issue that we didn't have a chance to account for is promotion. There's great work by Brian Abelson that shows how promotion affects how things are spread. So to truly get a better sense of this, we're going to have to account for promotion, and we're working on that. Other things have to do like the specific topic and content. There's work by Nick that looks at some of these questions, how long these articles were available to be clicked on and shared and reshared, a person's tenure at a newspaper, and there are challenges that we're still working through around which things do we want to control for and which things are actually part of the problem that we're trying to identify, that we don't want to pull out of these effects. And we're also playing with a number of different model formulations to estimate and ask this question about gender discrimination. But stepping back, this issue matters. This is a hard problem, and it's going to take more work to model. But it matters because the representation of women in the media has profound implications for society and profound implications for the lives of people, whether they're young people as they grow up, or whether they're people whose attitudes are being shaped, or the people who are affected by those attitudes. And in this project, we set out to see the degree to which things outside of a newspaper's control actually affect the representation of women in society. I want to acknowledge a few people. Lisa Evans, who was at The Guardian at the time, helped collect the data. Lynn Cherney offered great advice and encouragement. And this work was supported by Microsoft Research and the Center for Civic Media. Thank you.
And we have a few minutes for questions. Questions. Yes.
So your results seem to be that sometimes articles by women are shared more and sometimes they're shared less. When you look across all of the publications and categories, do you see a broader trend?
I'm hesitant to make strong claims about a broader trend because we're still in preliminary model stages. I'd say across those three publications, the Telegraph tended to have the least representation of women in terms of the percentage of articles by women. And in these models, there were more cases where, in a given section, articles by men were more shared than women. And in fact, since the data set here, the Telegraph has started a new unit called Wonder Women, where they're trying to address that challenge. We don't have data to evaluate how they've done since then, but it's definitely something that they've been aware of and thinking about. One of the things that we're not able to answer in this particular data set is this question of selection. Like, are articles by women more shared in a particular case because other women are sharing them, or because a wider range of people are paying attention to them? And those are important questions that just aren't addressable through this data set. But our hope is that using these models, it might be more possible for news organizations to make sense of these issues, or advocacy organizations as well, and target their interventions, perhaps even on a per-section basis. The reason I chose opinion articles is that the whole process of selecting who gets published and how those things get circulated is fairly different from other forms of content on a news site, which is why we end up having groups like the Op-Ed Project and other advocacy groups that specialize on certain sections or certain topic areas. So it's not clear to me if the kind of across the news frame is actually the best way to go.
Hi, Nate. I'm sure you've thought of this, but it would be great to get some demographic information about the readership of these particular publications, and especially I think age demographics would be hopefully a hopeful indicator of where things are going there.
Yeah, unfortunately, for that period, we haven't been able to get demographic information. But as you say, I think that's super important and something that hopefully we'll be able to collaborate with the news industry to get better sense of those numbers.
So I had a question. I'm curious to what extent you think that the gender of an article becomes salient to readers, or if that's something that you've considered how you might measure that, or perhaps it's something that needs to be controlled for.
Sure. So, another way of stating the question is, like, do people choose what to share or to engage with on social media based on the gender of the author? There are studies that suggest that these factors are important elsewhere. There's a really nice paper by Jason Radford, that a natural experiment on donors choose, that shows that when the gender of donor recipients was made visible to donors, that change in their interface created very large disparities that favored donations to men rather than women. So there's evidence from other socio-technical systems where that's the case. And there's evidence from the world of HR, which shows that revealing gender through first names has an impact on the hiring of women. So based on research in other fields, I think it's fairly plausible to make that assumption.
Thank you very much. And next up in our computational approaches to media bias, we have Krishna, who will be talking to us about trends, news trends.
Perfect. Okay, thanks everyone. I'm going to tell about some work that we started doing very recently about whether trending news stories can end up unintentionally creating coverage bias in news media sites. So this is actually a work that was largely done by my PhD student, Abhignan, and unfortunately he couldn't be here because of some visa issues. I hope I can give a talk worthy of his work. So the background for this talk is really, it's about news recommendations. As most of you already know, today news organizations produce way more information than any single user can consume. Using some data that my student gathered, he estimated that there are between 750 to 800 news stories that are being added every single day to sites like NewYorkTimes.com. This includes all stories like Reuters and blog posts that are featured on NewYorkTimes.com site as well. Now, clearly, users need some help with distinguishing between which are the interesting ones from the less interesting ones. And so you have to have some sort of recommendation systems. The traditional one is that about 100 to 150 of those stories are typically printed in a daily newspaper, and even fewer are on a front page, right? So the problem really is that as this news consumption moves online, I actually browse New York Times mostly online, users actually face a bewildering array of recommendations from a variety of sources and timescales. So this has actually been my personal frustration with my favorite site, which is New York Times. So I'm going to use a lot of data from it, but I think the questions or the problems that we're discussing are applicable for other news sites as well. So the problem really is that there are way too many different types of recommendations. So first, if you go to NewYorkTimes.com, you can go to the print page, the daily newspaper. You could look at the top stories, which keep changing every so often. And then you have recommendations such as most viewed and most emailed. And there are recommendations that can even come from an algorithm. And then you have recommendations that are actually about what the crowds are discussing. And this is about the various different sources. And then you have a whole bunch of different sets of recommendations that are about different timescales. There are some about, there is a feature called watching, there is a feature called trending, and in case if you missed some of them, there is a feature called in case you missed it, which actually computes these recommendations over a week period. So the high-level question that I had was actually a very simple one. Do these different types of recommendations introduce different types of coverage biases? If I were to follow one instead of another, do I get, in the long term, am I likely to get similar sorts of news stories, or would I be actually consuming very different types of news stories? Of course, to answer this question, we need to first have some way of measuring bias. So we thought we would use a concept, a really simple notion, what we called as information diet. This is a notion that we introduced in an ICWSM paper earlier this year. And it's actually a very trivial thing. It's simply looking at the composition of information that is produced or consumed. So for instance, we could look at the composition from various different perspectives. We could look at the topics that are covered by the news stories. We could look at the perspectives or opinions in the news stories. Or you could look at the diversity of sources in the news stories. So to measure bias, you just compare the diets of different generated recommendations and you see whether they're being similar or not, right? So to give you a quick example, here what we did was we're comparing the topics along the x-axis. The x-axis shows various different topics of the news stories. And the y-axis shows for 3 different types of recommendations. The first one is what the stories that appear in the daily newspaper. The second one are the ones that are most watched on the New York Times site. And the third one are the New York Times stories that are most shared on social media. And for each one, we plot what fraction of the news stories belong to the various different categories. And as you can see, there are some pretty striking differences. So for instance, if you look at opinion, the New York Times opinion articles are widely discussed or widely shared on, over social media, but then they only occupy a much less percentage in the daily newspaper. And similarly, there is a difference in terms of sports and so on, right? So perhaps some of this is expected. But this talk is actually going to be about the impact of the timescales over which the recommendations are computed and whether those sorts of, those actually introduce any additional biases. Okay? So what do I mean by timescales? In most of these sites, there is a need to introduce some sort of a churn in the content. The reason is if the recommendations don't change, you wouldn't have users visiting the sites again and again. And the more they visit, the more eyeballs, the more ads, the more revenue, and then also you'll have users who are more informed. So in many of these recommender systems, there are 2 key timescale parameters. The first is about how frequently the recommendations are updated. And the second is about the duration over which the story's popularities are computed and then they are ranked, right? So to explain what I mean, again, to give you an example of these timescales, let's take, for instance, for a daily newspaper. These are rough estimates, right? The newspaper is updated every single day, and the stories that are selected into the newspaper are the ones that are popular are considered important over the last 1 day. If you look at there are various different categories of most viewed or most shared or most emailed stories on New York Times. These things are updated every 15 minutes. And however, when they're updated, the duration over which they are ranked, the stories are ranked, is sometimes, I mean, you could get them over 1 day, or you could get them over a week, or you could get them over a month. And for top stories, they're updated actually much more frequently. And the ranking of the stories is over the set of stories that are popular in the last few hours, which is often less than 1 day. By the way, these are some estimates that we got from gathering data from the New York Times sites and looking at how frequently they are being updated. So the question is, does this sort of content churn and does it introduce some sort of like a coverage bias? So here are like the good and the bad and the ugly. And for this, the data sets that I'm going to look at are the ones that we gathered from most viewed stories. This is a recommendation that shows the stories that are most viewed. And we gathered this for over 3 different durations. There are most viewed stories over the last day, over the last week, and over the last month. And as you would imagine, the number of stories that are over the last day, that is almost 13 to 14 times more than the number of unique stories that were in the where the duration over which the ranking was computed is over a month, okay? Which is sort of expected. So if you're computing only over the last day, then you would have a higher churn, right? So what's the good thing with this, with reading these many more stories? Well, the good news is you get these stories in a faster period of time. That is, in this graph here, what I'm showing is along x-axis, the days that passed since the story was first published on the site. And the y-axis shows the CDF or the distribution of these stories over the days. So you notice that if you are looking at most viewed stories that are computed over the past day, you would actually get them much sooner than if you were waiting for them to become the most popular story over the last week or the last month, right? So that's good. Now comes the real bad part. So what I'm showing here is a Venn diagram of the overlap between the set of stories that became popular every day that became popular every week, that became popular over a month period, right? So the interesting thing is, if you look at it, there are a bunch of stories that are actually that become popular over a month-long period, but these stories never appear in the most popular stories of the last day or over the last week. Now, why is this bad news? Well, this is bad news because you could actually be reading 14 times more stories by reading the most popular story of the day every single day, and still you're missing 30% of the stories that actually became popular in the long term, right? And this might seem a little counterintuitive, but actually if you have some background in real-time systems, in computer systems, this is sort of like a very well-known sort of a counterintuitive sort of a phenomenon that can happen when you have stories that have actually very different lifetimes, right? So what's even worse is actually that these sorts of differences reflect themselves in terms of the topics that they are over. So what I mean by this is, if you look at, for instance, the upshot. Upshot is somewhat of a more detailed analysis of certain stories. The number of stories, the upshot stories are much more likely to become popular and to appear over a period of a month, but are much less likely to appear in the most viewed stories over the past day. And similarly, you have differences for science stories. So many science stories actually take a long time to become popular. And these sorts of stories are much less represented if you were only looking at the stories that were most popular over the past day. Okay? So this can introduce some sort of coverage bias. Finally, let's look at churn in somewhat of an overdrive, which is about the top stories. So the top stories are, if you go to New York Times site, the top stories are the ones that are represented in the shaded portion there. Now, what I'm showing over there on the graph is how frequently the top stories are actually updated on the site. Now, even if you don't read the full graph, the high order bit is that 70% of the top stories actually change every 6 hours on New York Times site. And so what we did was we actually collected over 3,000 top stories that were unique top stories that were over a period of 40 days. And then we looked at whether there are specific hours of time during the day when certain topics were more represented than other topics. So what we found was that actually this could introduce a coverage bias based on the time of the day. So in the top, what we're showing are 2 topics, food and science. And then along x-axis is the hour of the day, and the y-axis shows the percent of food-related stories distributed across the different times of the day. And the same with a percentage of science-related stories in terms of what fraction of them appear at different points of time during the day. And as you notice, there are certain times of a day, like for instance, between 10 to 11 a.m. EST, when the chance of a science story appearing in the top stories is almost 10 times or 8 to 9 times lower than at another point of time during the day. So you could actually have, for certain stories, there is high variation for certain topics. Of course, this doesn't affect all the topics. There are also certain topics like those stories about New York region or politics where the amount of variation based on the time of the day is actually quite low. So the problem really with this is that this diurnal bias can actually affect people who habitually read news at certain points of time during the day. In fact, there has been some surveys, one by American Press Institute last year, that shows that majority of the users actually consume news at specific times of the day. So almost 2/3 of the users consume news either at specific hours of evening, morning, or last thing at night or in the afternoon. Now, given that people visit New York Times from various different parts of the country, you could imagine all sorts of potential coverage biases that could be introduced by this sort of a phenomenon. So, to quickly summarize, this is still work in progress. We're still trying to understand many things here. But I feel that there are a few takeaways for news organizations as well as for news consumers. The first is that we need to better understand and have ways to control the biases of the different recommendations being provided. And the second thing, this may be a little bit more provocative, but for people from computer science who actually know or who have done some research in real-time systems with queuing theory, these are things where you actually have time-varying processes, and you have if you can think of users as actually consuming news, and they having some limits on how much they can consume, and the value of a particular process decreasing over time, there is some very fascinating results from, or counterintuitive results from computer science that could be applied here. Finally, in terms of takeaways for news consumers, we need to better measure and manage our information diets. And especially if you are not relying just on New York Times and you're actually gathering news from various different sites, it only magnifies the complexity of all sorts of biases that could be introduced in your diet. In fact, later this evening, I'm hoping that we could show a demo about that. That concludes my talk.
Thank you, Krishna. And we have about 5 minutes for questions. Yes, Augustine.
Thanks, Krishna. Very interesting talk. I'm wondering, we did some study where we found that depending on the time length of an article, I mean its lifetime, how long it's shared, people share it differently. So typically, things that are shared very fast and go away very fast are somewhat shared by many people, whereas long form or things that are more in depth are typically specialized. You have people that sort of, spend more time, and there's just a few less people who share those people. They are still read by a lot of people. So I was wondering if there is any similar observation you had, or if you had.
I think some of the biases actually get introduced precisely because of that reason, right? So if you look at some of the articles in Upshot, they are articles, they're sometimes about some sort of a scientific study whose value is not bounded by a few weeks or things like that. So these are the kinds of stories. So for certain topics, so if you have arts or maybe to an extent fashion or maybe science and technology, some of the stories that are published in that space, they have relevance maybe for several weeks or for several months, right? So they tend to pick up popularity gradually over time. As opposed to certain other types of articles. And so as a result, when you have these recommendation systems that are slicing the time periods over which they're actually computing the rankings, you can end up unintentionally introducing those biases. And that's actually what you're describing is the phenomena that leads to the biases.
Hi. Am I on? Hi, Mike Duran from the New York Times. I was wondering if you'd seen any other organizations approach this kind of dealing with bias in a less bad and ugly way.
Oh, so the only other site that we looked at was Twitter, and it is so, it's outrageously bad. So if you looked at like the trending stories, which are also updated every, I guess 15 minutes or less. So all news media sites actually suffer from these sorts of situations. Because the problems are actually quite fundamental to the, unless you have all news stories having the same lifetimes, whenever you design any recommender system, you are going to introduce some sort of a bias. Now, having said that, what I think could be done is you could design your recommender systems in such a way that could actually account for the fact that different topics have different lifetimes, and then accordingly plan for that. In fact, I think if you look at the newspaper, they already, the daily newspaper where I'm assuming that it's mostly humans making the decisions, they actually take that into consideration already. So once in a week, they have some sort of a special issue that catches up on topics that are usually not covered on a day-to-day basis kind of thing.
Any other questions? Yeah.
So you use this word, the bad, the ugly bias, which normally implies there's some sort of standard or truth. It sounds like you have an implicit theory of what a good information diet would look like. Can you elaborate on that?
That's a good question. So I don't have a good theory about what the perfect one is, but the way we're looking at it is that when you look at the diets that are produced by these different types of recommendations, they're actually quite different from each other. Now, which one is the right one, I don't know. But when I'm using a bias, I'm using it in relative terms. Clearly, all cannot be unbiased, because even if one of them were to be the desired one, the other one cannot be has to be biased, kind of a thing. So right now, my background is not in journalism and media studies, so I wouldn't presume to know what the balanced diet should be. Maybe it is, for instance, you could potentially take the balanced diet to be, or a reference diet, I like the word reference rather than balance, to be the stories that are posted, say, in New York Times, the newspaper, right? So the newspaper is, the diets are the ones that are shown in orange. And so relative to, if you take that as a reference, then the other ones are clearly biased relative to that. So what we're showing here is a comparative one, and I don't have like a concrete idea of what would be the perfect or the unbiased one.
You're saying they're very different.
Yes, they're all very different.
All right, thanks very much. So next up we have Consumers and Suppliers, Attention Asymmetries, a case study of Al Jazeera's news coverage and comments. So tying in a little bit of the commenting thread from the last session and approaching that from trying to understand the biases. So take it away, Jisoo.
Anyone knows how to start the presenters? Right. Sorry for that. Right. Hello. Hi, it's the last presentation before the lunch, so bear with me for the next 15 minutes. Hi, I'm Jisoo Nan from Qatar Computing Research Institute. Today I will talk about whether the interests of the journalists and the audience are similar or dissimilar by analyzing all the comments of the Al Jazeera English. So before I'm going into that, maybe some of you haven't heard about the QCRI, so here's a quick introduction about what is who we are. Okay, just okay. Yeah, so we are a social computing team at QCRI. We explore various social problems from the crisis management to the traffic control with the eyes of the computer scientist. And particularly our news team, we are working closely together with Al Jazeera and the Al Jazeera Plus to aiming to build the systems that helping them with the insight that comes from the data analysis. So, in fact, one of our work was presented at Symposium 2014. So, yes, so 1 year ago, I was standing right here giving a talk about news geography of the disasters.
So in that, using the digital data set that collects the news articles around the world, we explore how disasters are differently reported in each of the regions. We find a strong regionalism in the foreign disaster news coverage. So along this line of the research, we investigate different patterns of the news selection within or across the countries and what is the cause and the impact of it. So why some news stories are covered and some others are not? Well, to answer that question, we need to look into the news selection process. Well, in it, journalists has long been acting as a gatekeeper, and news we hear is the result of such news selection. And regarding the criteria of the news selection, the two opposing models exist. The one is that journalists should give what audience ought to know, and the other is that journalists should give what audience wants to read. And well, then, to what extent journalists should take audience preferences into account? Well, it's been long debated, and I don't think there's an answer. And as the news industry becomes overly competitive, I think the balancing between these two models becomes more difficult these days. And the one thing that has been changed from the traditional setting and probably affects the newsroom the most is that the way to track audience preferences. Now, news sites can track how many users have read each of the news articles in real time. And such interface like the most viewed articles is just common practice that used for many news sites. So recently, scholars have studied whether the most viewed articles somehow affects the placement of the news stories, and the evidence are piling up, and that the most viewed articles actually have some time-lagged impact on the placement of the news stories. But then all those stories are limited in that they only look at these most viewed articles, but not the entire news articles, and mainly due to the lack of the necessary data set. So to have some comprehensive view of the choices of the journalists and the audience, we need a detailed user behavior information, which will also give us a better understanding about the audience. And thanks to the Aljazeera, we have a comprehensive data set to do that. So in the rest of the talk, I will quickly describe the data set we use for the study, and then I will firstly focus on the distribution of the audience attention. So who pays attention to whom? And then I will look at the differences between this producer's attention and the audience's attention. Right, so I will start from the data set. So the data set we used in this study is collected from the Aljazeera English. So basically, we have all the news articles on the website and then all the comments on each of the news stories. Well, noticeably, Aljazeera English has a very active comment section, and lots of fights and the discussions are going on there. And the data set consists of 22,000 articles, and there are 2.3 million comments. And those comments are posted by 90,000 distinct users who come from the 214 different countries. And the countries are inferred from their IP addresses. And earlier this session, there was a fascinating panel about the commenting behavior. And thanks to Jenny, as the comment section seemed to be very important for both newsroom and the readers. So even though there seems to be a lot of trolling going on, I think still is a valuable source of understanding what audience are interested in. So in capturing the journalists and the readers' attention, we use following metaphor, which is articles reflects the journalist's attention and the comments reflects the reader's attention. So I will start with this consumer's attention. So our research question is simple: who pays attention to whom? And as a simplistic approach, we look at the audience attention at the country level. And the topic level could be possible and would be interesting, but we start with a simple one. So basically, do different countries receive different levels of the attention? Well, to do that, we need to build an attention network at a country level. So basically, we know where all the commenters are from, and we know which countries this article is about. Then this commenting behavior can be represented as a graph where the nodes are the countries and the links are the represent the commenting behavior. So here means that there are 2 comments from US to Russia. Then likewise, some Iran and Russia's comments also can be aggregated. And then using all the comments of the AJ English, we now build an attention network. So this is the resulting attention network that we created from our data set. We observe a star-shaped topology where there's only a few core nodes and lots of peripheral nodes. And most of the rings are going into those core nodes, indicating that most of the attentions are actually focused on those core nodes, and lots of others actually didn't get much comments. And well, like if we zoomed in, then those countries in the cores are US, UK, Russia, Syria, Israel, Iraq, and Egypt. Well, as an aggregated form, we saw these sort like large, great amount of the attention goes into few countries, but then still there might be some patterns in forming such attention network. So to find out this hidden pattern behind the attention network, here we do community analysis. Basically, we're trying to find the groups that share the common interest within our data set. And specifically, we use this link community detection that allows a node to belong to multiple communities. As a result, we find the 22 different communities, and note that they are not distinct to each other. In fact, one can be a sub-community of the others. So we find the 2 different topological patterns in the network formation. One is the where is the star shape again, and where the global attention goes to a single country. And the other one is a few countries fairly share their attention, and they just gather together from sole communities. And actually, like countries like Ukraine, Syria, Israel, US, UK, Pakistan, and Egypt are following the first pattern. And these countries are the ones that used to be in the center of the political conflicts and issues in the last 2 years. And they are the ones who were at the core of the attention network. And we also find some communities that following the second pattern, that like there's a community of the European countries, South Asian countries, and African countries. And they seem to be all flocked together as they are neighborhood. So in summary, when we look at this audience attention, we find that the attention is not equally distributed and focused on handful set of the countries. And then we find 2 different hidden structure when forming this network, which was each or these like some country-based communities, and the other one seems to be regionalism driven to make that sort of communities. So now I will go into the second part of the research question and investigate the views of the producers and the consumers and whether they are different or not. So firstly, the producers' attention. So which countries do producers more cover? And we do it by just a by visualizing all the articles that it's been produced on the Al Jazeera English. So here we visualize the producer's attention by cartogram, and the size of each country is proportional to the number of the published articles about that country. Here on the visual inspection, we can easily see that like some countries like US and the Middle East African countries are emphasized by the journalists of the Al Jazeera English. But then considering that Al Jazeera is the Middle East-based news media, it just makes sense they have more focused on those countries. Then what about the consumer's attention? So we also draw the cartogram of the consumer's attention in terms of comments posted on articles about that country. So here on the right bottom, the map shows the consumer's attention. And for the comparison, I put the producer's attention there too. One can easily see that some countries are actually oversized, like the Egypt and the US, Israel, Syria are definitely catching more attention than what is expected based on the number of the written articles. So to not only by the visual inspection, but to look at more quantitatively, we plot this graph, and assuming that the proportion of the comments on a country reflects what audience wants about that country, then by comparing it to the proportion of the actual articles, we can tell whether what journalists provided meets the audience preferences or not. So in other words, whether a country has been overrepresented or underrepresented compared to what audience wants. So in this plot, the y-axis is what audience expect to read more, and the x-axis is the actual proportion of the articles of that country, so what journalist has provided. So the line is the y-axis. So if a country is plotted under that line, that means that the country is overly represented than what audience wants. And if the country is plotted above the line, it means that it's underrepresented than what audience wants to read. So as you can see here, US, Israel, Egypt, Syria, Iraq are actually underrepresented, meaning that there were more comments than the articles provided. And if we zoom in those left bottom corner, then we see some more details. And we firstly observed that most of the countries, especially most of the countries are likely to receive less comments than the article than expected. And also it was particularly surprising for India and China, which receives a significant attention from the news provider, and together have approximately 30% of global population and represents the first and the third economical power of the world in terms of GDP, but still they lack in getting attention from the audience. So then, is this overrepresented or the underrepresented status affects the journalist's decision on choosing what to report? So it's our final question, and we are asking who leads the news, is the journalist or the readers? So basically, we construct two time series. One is the number of the articles about a country, and the other is the number of the comments about the country, and then has the granular causality between these two time series. So I won't get into the details of the techniques, but basically it will tell us for a given country whether the article granger calls comments or whether the comments granger calls the articles. And the readers is, well, all countries show the different patterns. But then the one thing that we find from the readers is that these countries are somehow clusters in a way that those underrepresented countries like US have a patterns of commenters, comments granger calls articles, while those overrepresented countries like Kenya and other African countries have a patterns of articles granger calls the comment. So it seems that for those countries that readers pay much attention, the increase or decrease of the comments on the country seems to be affects to the number of the articles. But then for those countries that readers doesn't pay much attention, maybe certain deviant events are sporadically driving their attention to the articles, but then it doesn't seem to be continued. So in summary, using some fine-grained user behavior information, we can study the interest of the journalists and the audience better. Then we find a consumer's attention is very focused toward a few countries, and we also find some patterns in the community formation. We also observe the disparity between choices of the journalists and the readers, where actually consumers' attention is even more skewed toward a set of countries. And who reads the news? Well, sometimes journalists take care of the comments, but then maybe not entirely. Right, and our work, of course, is not without any limitations. So our readers are held only on the Al Jazeera English. So to generalize some of the readers, one need to be tasked with some other international news site like BBC or CNN. And also, the most commented article is not the same with the most visited articles. It is known that the topics that commented most is more about social issues and political conflicts, while the most visited articles are about crisis and the disasters. So even though we saw that the visits and the comments has a very strong correlation, but still when interpreting the results, it should be under caution. And as I mentioned earlier, we look at the country level attention, but the topic level attention can be also done as the same way we did with all this analysis, and it's super interesting. And to generalize our study, we are thinking to using this GIDA data set, which actually collects the news articles around the world in like 190 different languages, and as a source of the production, and maybe some social media data as a consumer side of the source. And also we plan to build some sort of platform that tracks all the news around the world and gather some public opinions around them. And we obviously lack in understanding the needs of the journalists, so any feedback regarding it would be really, really great. Thank you so much for listening to the talk. Thanks.
So I had a question just to kick things off. I'm curious whether or not you've considered sort of integrating English literacy rates into your model, because it would seem to me that different countries have different English literacy, because you're just looking at English, right? So that, you know, countries with lower English literacy rates might not be producing English comments at the same rate for an obvious reason.
Yeah, that's true. And for now, we haven't considered that. But then again, I think like all the audience should English speakers too. So there's some other biases that caused by that. Also, the content itself is mainly framed by the Algerian English. So there could be some bias in terms of that. We haven't do effort to fix it, but and don't know which bias there, but it could be interesting to see what's the connection between that.
Other questions? Yes.
Thanks, interesting. I'm just wondering what to do with your observation that for the overrepresented countries, the ones that are more published about than people comments, the article causes the comments. So does it point to the fact that if you produced more articles on Kenya, then it will naturally lead people to produce more comments, hence, you know, removing the overrepresentation? Is it a sort of good news to sort of balance things out, or is it more like the cause are in the other order of making things less balanced? What do you think of that?
So I don't think I can answer to that in particular question, because it only shows the Granger cause, but it doesn't actually tell the causality which leads to the other. And also, even though some countries is overrepresented or underrepresented, I'm not so sure. I can't tell what is the good or bad.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Yeah, so just for some countries, just the changes, changes of the comments affects the change of the articles, and it seems that journalists just do their job, and the readers are actually behavior a bit differently than we thought.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
All right. Any other questions? All right. Mark's going to tell us about lunch then, and thank you.
Let's thank our speaker. All right, well, you were paying so close attention and tweeting your hearts out. Lunch has appeared in the back of the room. There are boxes here. Hello. So we're going to get started in a couple minutes. If you maybe want to get that last cup of coffee, or it looks like there Okay, I think we're going to get started. Mr. Hoffman. So we have, before the demo session, we have two events. We have a series of contributed papers and then a panel. And the contributed paper session is about, well, the title is Computable Content Structure, Content Clarity, and Personalization. Which is code for there were a lot of papers that we thought were really awesome, but maybe it was hard to put them together under a single title. Are you all set? So, there we are, blaze of glory. All right, Jake Hoffman.
Super ritzy. All right, hi. So thanks, I'm super excited. I was just telling Mark, I'm super excited to be here. I'm at Microsoft Research. This is new work that we haven't really presented much, but I feel like this is the perfect audience for, so looking forward to getting feedback on it. The idea is that we want to help people understand numbers in the news. It's joint work with Pablo, who's actually a grad student here in the computer science department. I don't think he's in the room, but he's around and on campus, and Dan Goldstein, who's a colleague at Microsoft Research. So like any good research project, there's an XKCD for that. This one is about the money in the financial bailout, right? So there was about $170 billion in the bailout, and people got upset because people got bonuses in the financial industry of $165 million. So the dishonest way is, you say 170 billion and 165 million, and most readers skip over the difference between the M and the B and have no concept of what's going on. It would be much nicer if they said the bailout was $170,000 million, which would put that in perspective. And so you might think this is just a joke that's in a fun comic. Here's a sad thing. This is a poll that was run for 1,000 randomly sampled Americans. It wasn't exactly done by Pew, but it was done, by a reasonable polling company. And the distribution of responses in asking people how much larger a trillion is than a million is basically uniform random. So that's pretty sad. People actually don't know this. And so this is not a new observation, right? John Allen Paulos is probably the person who gets a lot of credit for talking about this. He has a well-known book called Innumeracy, a less well-known book called A Mathematician Reads a Newspaper. And in it he says, news stories are often bereft of the numbers that would enable a reader to put them in perspective. And so in thinking about all this and thinking about this perspective that you'd like to provide, we thought, well, hey, maybe we can actually sort of provide a framework, possibly automate, but at least codify what you mean by a perspective. And so the goal would be that, if you're reading an article and it says something like Obama orders $100 million in budget cuts, that you could sort of have a tool that would automatically tell you that this is 0.03% of the budget because it's out of $1 trillion, or $3 trillion, right? And so that would be the dream, that you could have sort of the best possible perspective for any number that's mentioned in the news sort of show up and help the reader, right, automatically. So we're a bit far away from there, but we thought that we could make some progress by at least sort of writing down a bunch of the different perspectives that you might want to use when talking about numbers. So we thought a really long time about these 10 lines, about how to rephrase things. For instance, something is a certain percentage of a whole, it's X times larger or smaller, it's about 1 for every X, it's the largest or in the top K percentile or anything of that sort. And so the idea is that you put this in front of people and you let people go ahead and fill in these templates. It sort of constrains them. It's kind of like Mad Libs for numeracy, right? You fill in a multiplier and a reference entity, and you now have a perspective on a number that you didn't really understand before. So after thinking about that, we really wanted to see if normal people could use this. So we took front page articles from the New York Times in 2014, and we put them on Mechanical Turk. How many people are familiar with Mechanical Turk? Okay, almost everyone. It's a marketplace where you can get people to do microtasks, and sometimes we abuse it for running randomized trials because we don't have a lab at Microsoft Research. So we did both of those things. We took 67 quotes that appeared on the front page of the Times, and we collected 370 perspectives from these workers. So they just went, saw a randomly selected quote, filled in however many of these templates they wanted. They had to document it with a URL for fact checking, and then submitted it to us. Then we had a separate set of workers go ahead and rate each perspective. So separate set of workers would see something like a quote, a highlighted number, and then one perspective. This one, 1 million people is about 12% of the population of Honduras. And they were just asked, how helpful is this, right? Because whenever you crowdsource something, you get some gold and you get some junk. And so this bubbled up, for instance, as the top-rated perspective for this quote about people who were impacted by a storm in Honduras. So we had 1,800 people rate these things to get 25 ratings each, so that we had really good confidence on what was good and what was not. And people were incentivized to contribute good stuff because we paid them proportional to how well their perspectives were rated. So here's just a little sample of perspectives that we got back from mechanical Turkers who were just sitting at home and being paid a few cents to do this. So the Ohio National Guard brought 33,000 gallons of drinking water over to Ohio because of water supply problem. To put this in perspective, 33,000 gallons is about equal to the amount of water it takes to fill 2 swimming pools, right? So the idea is that that perspective helps you understand the 33,000 gallons. Absent that perspective, you don't really understand 33,000 gallons very well because it's not a quantity you encounter very often. There was another article about a Nature Conservancy group that had conserved 120 million acres of wildlife area worldwide. And to put that in perspective, it's about the size of California, right? Which makes that a little easier to understand. And here about drones. So there's a regulation that drones have to stand under 400 feet. The perspective that was most well rated here was that that's about equivalent of a 40-story building. So we tried to pick things across a wide range of dimensions and magnitudes. So then the idea was, once we had these, how useful are they, right? You have the intuition that they're kind of useful, but we don't really know. So we took 12 quotes that were really diverse in magnitude and units, and we took their top-rated perspective, and we put them in front of people. So we had 3 randomized trials, the same you would do in a lab on campus. We looked at recall, estimation, and error detection. So I'm going to go through each one of those. But before I do, I'll just say, so we had over 3,000 people participate in this. So people think they're sort of doing work, but they're actually lab rats in an experiment. They saw the original quotes. Everyone saw the original quotes. And then half of the people were randomly selected to see the perspective as well. And the perspective was inserted in a totally kind of mundane way where it was just an extra sentence in the article, right? So it wasn't sort of super flashy or highlighted or a tooltip or anything like that. I'll show you screenshots of everything. And I'll show you the evaluations. Before I do, people are so bad at this that it's hard to figure out how to measure the quality of their responses. So we actually have to look at the order of magnitude error that they make. And in order to compare stuff across questions, we have to normalize that by the order of magnitude of the actual result. So the idea is that you might be off by 10, 100, or 1,000 times, but it's worse if you're off by 1,000 times on a number that's around 100 than if it's a number that's around 1 million. Right? And so this relative log error is a little bit of a funny quantity. It's the only thing that lets you actually normalize across questions and capture a large fraction of responses. So the first experiment, we wanted to know if perspectives help people remember stuff. Right? You see lots of things in the news, numbers in the news every day. How much of it you remember, we don't know, but how much of a difference perspectives make, we tried to measure. So the original quote that people saw, here's an example. They were not told to look for numbers. They were not told what was going on. They just said, please read these 6 quotes and we'll ask you some stuff later. So if you read this, I purposefully didn't highlight stuff, but the focal quantity here is 300 million firearms registered in the US. Okay, this is the control condition. Here's the treatment. Okay, so it's not a very big change. Treatment, to put this in perspective, 300 million firearms is about 1 for every person in the United States. Okay, so that was the top rated perspective contributed there. So we think this is, it's a pretty small intervention. Then we had people play Tetris so that they forgot things because we couldn't get them to come back the next day. So they played for 2 minutes. That should be enough to forget most facts. Then they got a fill in the blank, okay? And so then they just had to put a number in there. They could enter things in any way they wanted. So they could write out 1 in the letter, the word million, or all kinds of formats. We tried to catch most errors and typos. And so here's a summary of the results. So let's look just at the far left. That's 0% error, means people nailed it. They got the exact right number. The top line in red is when they saw a perspective, and the bottom line in blue is when they didn't. So it helps. It helps a lot. Almost half of responses are exactly right when you see a perspective, and almost a third are right when you don't. So this substantially helps people. And then as you move out towards the towards the right, you see that we're now accounting for what fraction of people were within a certain error. right? And so if you look at this 10% relative error, right, we get something like a 10 percentage point difference. So let me put that in perspective. A relative log error of 10% if you were estimating the US population means that you're somewhere between 45 million and 2.3 billion, right? So this is insane, right? This is insane. You think that the population might be as large as 2.3 billion, right? So there are still 30 to 40% of people who give estimates that are outside of that range, right? Probably because they're too low instead of too high. But we see a substantial improvement from seeing the perspective. We also see this across questions. So if you look in the lower left-hand side, you can see the firearms example. People really remember stuff much, much better for the firearms. We had, an example of the record-setting number of sacks in a football game was 22.5. It turns out people, not myself, but other people who know things about football kind of know those numbers pretty well. And so the perspective doesn't really help that much, but it doesn't hurt. So that varies by question, for sure, but improves recall pretty substantially. So the second experiment that we looked at, it's nice to get people to remember stuff, but it's not clear that that actually helps them understand things, right? I might now know that 22.5 sacks happened in a record-setting season, but I don't really understand anything about that scale. And so we looked at estimation. So instead of having people see a number and then try to remember it, we took a different set of people who had never seen a number, presumably, and we randomized to deal with any confounding there, and said, what do you think this number is? Right? And so the setup was slightly different here. People were able to move a slider, right? So there's a highlighted number in blue, 1,500 gallons of drinking water in the region. And the treatment got a perspective that said that's about 21 times smaller than the average amount of water it takes to fill 2 swimming pools. Right? And then as you move this slider, right, it would change your possible estimate, and it would update here, and you would see, okay, this is about the amount that it takes to fill 2 swimming pools. If you put it all the way over here at 100,000 gallons, it would say that's many, many swimming pools. Right? And so the idea was, how much better are people's estimates when they have the help of the perspective than when they don't in estimating these quantities? So here's a bunch of densities of the estimates. And so let's focus, for instance, on the swimming pool one. Right? So in blue are people's estimates of how many gallons of water the National Guard shipped to Ohio when they don't have the perspective, and you can see that blue curve is almost uniform, right? It's all over the place. This is a log scale. There's crazy error. The dashed value is the truth. When they see this perspective, right, you get a lot more concentration in red. You get a lot more concentration around the truth and a lot less bias away from it. The last experiment that we did was to look at error detection. So we said, now maybe, if you see a number but it's possibly wrong or right, can you identify if it's wrong or right? And so here is the quote about the Nature Conservancy group. So if you saw this and it said it helped to preserve 120 million acres around the world, that's about the size of California, and you were asked, is this right or wrong, right? And we tried to make this sort of like the SATs, where we picked the most plausible wrong answer. We did that by looking at the results here and said, okay, people basically guess 1 million acres when they don't have anything else to go on, because that sounds big. So we'll use as an erroneous value 1 million acres. But when you see that that's 100th the size of California, you think probably the Nature Conservancy group is not bragging about conserving 100th the size of California, right? And so this drops your error substantially, right? So here are the accuracies across these 12 questions. So each tick is a question. And then you have the accuracy for people who saw a perspective in red and for people who didn't in blue. And so higher is better, right? And so we see that on about half of these, the perspective is helping, right? So one other thing here is that, the baseline, it's a hard question. This thing of the most plausible wrong answer actually fools people quite often. So 2/3 of the time, they just think everything is plausible. They believe what they read. But only half of the things were actually right. And so we see in 6 of these 12 cases, we get a lot of boost from having the perspective there. People improve 10 to 15 percentage points in their accuracy. And then in others, it's kind of inconclusive, right? It doesn't hurt. It doesn't seem to help. We don't have significance. You could argue maybe there's a reversal here for this $7.9 billion question, right? But I think this is actually interesting because it says you shouldn't do this all the time, right? And so this is one question which is when you should be employing this strategy and when you shouldn't. And something that's sort of interesting here is that it helps when people, these cases where there's less significance are cases where people kind of already know the number, right? So the spots where these things are pretty tight in the blue curve before they see a perspective happen to be the same spots where adding a perspective doesn't help in error detection. So that kind of makes sense. So let me just wrap up and give you what we learned here and some questions that we're hoping to work on. So this Mad Libs thing for capturing perspectives is pretty flexible. We can cover a lot of different types of measurements, and everyday people can understand them. I'm ringing, so I'll finish up, Mark. No problem. And the same people who actually read the newspaper and have a tough time understanding the numbers in the news can actually fill in these templates with useful information, which is kind of cool, right? As soon as they're told to think about it, they can actually do a good job of helping other people. They help people remember what they've read, estimate things they haven't read, and detect errors in things that might have been manipulated. And I think it's sort of the tip of the iceberg in terms of what we're going to work on here. So we'd like to know when you should and shouldn't use these things, what makes an actual perspective useful or not. If you see a lot of these things, do you start to change your way of thinking even when they're not shown to you? And does it improve your generalization error? And what should we do in practice? Should this be in editors, browsers? Should it be a plugin? Will the effect be as large in a field experiment? That sort of stuff. Thanks.
Really nice talk. Have you thought about algorithmic generation of these perspectives? I mean, once you know the units of the quantity you have and sort of the rough magnitude of it, you might be able to figure out an appropriate perspective to provide, something to compare it with.
Yeah. So the question was, can we do this automatically? That was the original thing we started in on. Turns out to be hard. It was hard enough that we thought maybe we should figure out how valuable it is first. And so we did that. And so now in 3 months, my current intern should have an answer on that.
All right. So in the later part of this experiment, it looked like you're giving them some sort of cue by leaving in the 2 swimming pools. And the question I had was, is that intentional? Because it seems to me like if it isn't, that could sort of bias the results.
Yeah, so it's intentional. This was a little tricky to get people to understand that last experiment because you have to tell them the measurement might have been manipulated, but the sentence is always right to help you reason about it. Which is a little tricky. But we believe, after doing a couple checks, that people actually understood that.
So this was very interesting. And the question I have is much more about how these statements could be produced, but I'll give you, there is a bias in how the perspectives could be produced. For example, let's say if I go and improve an accuracy of a system from 90% to 95%, I can make a statement, I've improved the results by 5%, or I've reduced the error by 50%. And both of them are correct, and both of them sound really different.
Yeah, so the question is, can these hurt instead of help? And absolutely, I think in terms of automatically generating them, we want plausible candidates to seed a system, and then we want people's feedback, and we don't want to show just one option, right? So I think having a system where people still would be involved in terms of, say, upvoting or downvoting the helpfulness of these things is super important. There's all kinds of caveats also where people will just believe what they see, and so there's definite trickiness there, which is why I think the field experiments are super important.
Did you notice any difference in how people understood different kinds of units based on geography? So like 400 feet, was that easier for people in the US to understand because they're used to imperial units?
Yeah, so a question about geography. Specifically to your point about units, we actually had 15 centimeters in there as a unit for Americans to screw up, and they did. And when it's rephrased appropriately, they do a bit better on these tasks. And more specifically, we're running experiments right now where we're explicitly asking people for their locations and rating familiarness with different spots in the world and then evaluating different perspectives based on their familiarity with those things.
All right, let's thank Jake. Next up is Decipher. Who from the Decipher team? There we go. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Yasil Kim. This work is, well, I'm a PhD student at University of Washington. This work is a collaboration with my advisor, Jessica Holman, and Ethan Edgar from University of Michigan. So we're introducing a text simplification tool for science journalists called Decipher. So the scientists, they're using their own terminology, their specialized terminology to report their findings. So this makes the communication between scientists and the non-scientists challenging. And also, the journalist who's bridging those two groups also facing a challenging because they have to review the scientific publication to understand the content of research. And also they have to go over it and then deliver the same information to their audience in more accessible way. So we brainstormed on how do the science journalists make scientific finding more accessible. We reviewed some scientists, the news article written by journalists, and also reviewed some manual for journalists how to report the science. And then we figured that the humanizing the scientist and also telling the story is important like strategy. And also they use some visual and then they provide some background information. And also we noted that the many of strategy focusing on the simplification. We need more further investigation, but we suspect the journalist is using simplification strategy by their own, by manually, for example, searching their unfamiliar term online. So we focus on the first strategy here, like replacing unfamiliar term with a more familiar term automatically so that we can cut down some of the workload that journalists have. So our tool calls Decipher, and then I mentioned in the previous slide, we're doing the lexical simplification, which is suggesting simpler word in the place of complex jargon. So Decipher has two different modes, the writing and reading mode. So that when the journalist reviews scientific publication, and when the journalist author a scientific news article, Decipher can help. So here's a little video of Decipher. So when the journalist is reading an article, this tool can automatically detect the complex jargon and to give a list of simplified words on demand. And also writing mode works pretty similarly. It's long, not a short video. So we primarily motivate to make the science more accessible. To do so, we want to make the process the journalist going through more efficient. So we also motivate by the concept of the journalist in the room because the journalist is the best person who delivers the best information to their targeted audience. So, and then we're also interested in how can we leverage the existing novel scholarly data set. So we chose to use PLOS Journal Library. So it's a public library of science. When the scientists submit their journal to their PLOS, they require two different types of work summary. The first one is abstract, which is description of contribution of their work, but not without necessarily simplifying the language. So it's targeted to be read by their peer scientists in the field, and then they have to submit another form of summary called author summary. They're guided to use simpler and non-technical terms. So we obtained over 15,000 pairs of author summaries and abstract from various divisions of PLOS, including PLOS genetics and PLOS biology. So we adapt a lexical simplification technique developed by Byron et al. In 2011. So typical lexical simplification, they're leveraging to use the language difference between the simple Wikipedia, simple English Wikipedia, and the Wikipedia. And also their approach is to develop the fully automated replacement, which means you input a sentence and they give you an output sentence with fully automated replace the oldest complex word. And then, but we want, oops. Oh, yeah. Excuse me. Oh, no. But Decipher, we want this tool to be used in a scientific text. So we use plus journal to make a simplification. And also we want to suggest a multiple simpler word rather than using fully automated replacement, because we want the journalist to make a final call for replacement. So our pipeline consists of 4 different steps. The first one, we identify the simplification rules, and then we filter out some of the simplification rules. For this step, we'll have pairs of simplification rule consist of complex word and a simpler word. So, and then we'll apply the simplification and then present to the journalist. We'll walk through this stage more detail here. So in our corpus, there's millions of sentences, and then this sentence is from our corpus. So I'll walk through how do we produce the simplification rule here. So first, we break down those sentence level of the sentence into the vocabulary level, and then we remove all the stop words here, a, the, or from, and then we generate all the possible permutation pairs with that content word. And then removing some of the pairs that have same lemmas, share same lemma. For example, here it's a biologist and biological. We remove the pair, and also we compare the part of speech. So for example, here, biologist is noun and it describe its verb, but we remove the pair. And also we only retain if those 2 pairs are hyponym or synonym relation. For here, we only save cytokine and protein cytokine because they have a hyponym relation, which means one is more general category of words so that they can explain other words. And then we also calculate the complexity of 2 words because we want to make sure the first word is more complex and the second one is simpler. So we calculate the ratio of the frequency of the appearing those words in a simpler corpus and a complex corpus to make sure the complex one go first. And then after we got the pair, we try to ensure the grammaticality, so we produce all the combination of all the possible conjugation and tense. So from this stage, we have a pairs of simplification rule we could possibly apply. And then here, this step is to determine whether we should suggest the simplification rule to journalists or not. So this method we use consider 2 different measurements to determine it. The first one is measuring, is the word being used precisely for its complex meaning. So assume that we have a rule for Han and Chinese, and then input sentence was the history of Han ethnic group is closely tied to that of China. Here, we don't want to replace Han to Chinese because Han is delivering a specific information. So we measure the similarity between the word that appear in the target word in the corpus and the sentence. And then we made our own threshold 0.4, so suggest only if this threshold is under 0.4, whereas the Byron's approach is 0.1. We said this thresholds are less conservative because we want to produce more amount of result to give them more option for the journalist. So next consideration is about, does a word mean what we think? So we have to measure that the complex in the word in the input sentence has the same sense as the word in our pair. So we measure those as well, and then we call it as a context similarity, but we decide not to filter out with dissimilarity because we observe that it doesn't produce meaningful amount of result. We suspected that's due to our smaller corpus, but we decided to visualize it because we thought it's still a valid indicator for context similarity. So next step is we present the simplification rules for the journalist. So this is a screenshot of our interface, and then we visualize how did the current context of target word match that of the simplification rules. So we marked stars next to the complex word indicating the context similarity. So to evaluate our decipher, we came up with these 3 different questions. So we want this to be used in a scientific context. We asked how scientific are the simplification, and we also asked how well do we predict complexity, and also we asked how helpful to end user and the simplification as well. So we observed that the baseline of this whole study is Byron's result, the result produced by Byron. And we observed that our result is more scientific. And here's, I attached some of the image that produced by our pipeline. And also we ran a mechanical Turk test that we show them a work as pair, Byron's pair and Decipher's pair. And then in terms of predicting complexity, ours do slightly worse. We suspect that it's due to the smaller corpus. And then in terms of simplification helpfulness, our Decipher is significantly better. So far, we only evaluate our simplification with some analysis and end user evaluation. The most important next step could be actually evaluate and validate our solution with the journalists themselves. So we're here, we're hoping to talk to journalists about how Decipher fits into their existing process. And also, we're interested in figuring out other features, other functions, and what is particularly helpful for them. We're also, for example, this Decipher can support and then allow the journalists to add their own rule. So for example, the news organization who wants to control their vocabulary for a certain topic, they can add their own rule and then control the vocabulary on that topic. We're also interested in other types of re-expression. So especially while we're surveying the journal manual, we figure out journalists is doing other steps of other types of re-expression. So for example, they're giving context by providing some background information, and also they re-express the scientific units and measurement as well. And also they use a lot of visualization. So we're actively working on, especially for second bullet, that we're actively working on re-expressing the familiar scientific unit and measurements. And also we hope that our tool could make journalist process efficient. That's it, thank you.
Hi. So I gather you're planning on showing this to some science journalists, but you haven't yet. Is that right?
Yeah, we're working on it.
Okay.
Here, we have a demo, so you can see it.
Right.
Yeah.
So I am not many science journalists, but I was a science journalist.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm looking at it. My concern, obviously, like you said, sometimes you do and do want to replace, and sometimes you don't. When I'm the science journalist writing it, as much as possible, I want to actually understand the meaning of the correct word to avoid misunderstandings. What excites me about what you're doing is the idea of being able to present the same content at a variety of levels of technical detail is sort of something that I think all science journalists dream of.
Okay.
Because our audience is very widely in their scientific literacy, and so I'm wondering if you've considered applying this from that angle instead.
Yeah, so we're that was our initial consideration. So when we do this, we can adjust the level considering the level of the reader or like level of understanding of reader. So I think that's a really good point that we could make it for next version, maybe. Yeah, thank you.
I guess I had a question. So you're making a lot of the ties between the simplified term and the more complicated term based on sort of language processing. Is there anywhere in here that some kind of a taxonomy or something could come into play, so you don't have to learn the relationships, but you can sort of take definitions away?
So we don't consider taxonomy here. We only consider the synonym or hyponym relation. But do you have any idea how do we incorporate it? Oh, okay.
I wasn't suggesting that I had an answer. That's a great thing about questions, right?
Yeah,
You don't
yeah,
have
that's
to
a
have
good
the
point.
answer.
We definitely can consider that too.
Okay, cool. Other questions? Yes.
Have you considered presenting definitions alongside the suggested alternative terms?
For now, we're only analyzing the word, so we don't. But if it's necessary, while we can study the journalists if they want it, we can put those function in our tool.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Next up, is it David? Yes. Awesome.
I tried this earlier and it worked. So
I'll give you 10 and then 5.
Okay. Hi, I'm David Caswell. I'm a fellow this year at the Reynolds Journalism Institute at the University of Missouri. And I'm going to talk about some work I've been doing for the last couple of years. And over this last few months, we've done a very preliminary assessment of it in an experiment. I'm going to talk about that and give some preliminary results. Bill Adair has worked with me on this. He should be here somewhere. He was this morning. And then I'm also working with Frank Russell, who's a PhD candidate at Mizzou, who's working on the evaluation of this with me. So I'm going to start off with a question, and it's actually going to be a kind of a dumb question. And the question is, does the article make sense as the primary unit of news anymore? And this is a dumb question because obviously, almost the entirety of all news that we work with is in the form of articles, and if you consider video news to be spoken articles, then almost all news is an article. But is that still working? And so there are some things that are suggesting that it's not. So if you look at Google News, topic clustering, or Facebook's recommendations, or Yahoo News, you have vast amounts of articles that are basically competing article to article. And this is a problem for newsrooms because you basically are kind of removing the function of the newsroom when you have the articles competing at the article level. And it's also a problem for consumers because you have to wade through, say, 300,000 articles to kind of piece together your understanding of what it is you're trying to figure out. So I think this is still a dumb question, but it's a little less dumb now than it was, say, maybe 5 years ago or so. And I think there's increasingly an awareness that there may be alternatives to the article as a unit of news. And so if you ask that question, you very quickly get to this question, which is, what are these atoms of news? What are the deconstructed little pieces of news that we work with? And then how can you reconstruct those into larger journalistic artifacts? And there's kind of two kinds of atoms of news. The kind of the easy one is the content atoms, little pieces of text, images, headlines, this kind of thing. But the harder one is the semantic atoms, the atoms of the meaning of what's happening in news. So the rough paradigm, sort of the general term for this right now is structured journalism. And so this is a new term, and so where the old article based journalism is you do some reporting, you do some sense making, you write a text article. Structured journalism is about doing your reporting and sense making and then producing these little sort of Lego blocks of deconstructed news of some kind. And then that's in a database. The database is then used to make news products. And there's been a series of these in various forms, journalism products that have showed up over the last 4 or 5 years. PolitiFact, which Bill Adair built, was the first one. Connected China and Potteropedia are network-based examples. Circa used little bits of text and images and so on. Fold is something similar, except it has an extra dimension. Timeline is a current app and so on. So this is all kind of new, this structured journalism approach to things. So the hypothesis that we're kind of starting out with here is that the atoms of news are actually events and stories. And that you can take general news, everyday, workaday news, and you can structure these as events and stories, which is actually a pretty radical hypothesis if you think about it. And the idea here is that you take this sort of old bundle, this newspaper type bundle here, that was a distribution-based bundle that connected these articles, and that's now become this big mess that's mediated by algorithms at Google and Facebook and so on. And perhaps you can make some kind of a new structure around structured events and narratives by which you can assemble larger journalistic or very different journalistic properties or products with different properties. So just to put some definitions on this, these are very specific, crisp definitions because I'm trying to structure these as data representations. And so my consideration of an event is that it's an instance of an activity. There's some activity that's going on. There's roles around that activity. This is generally a verb with some roles around the verb, and participants of various kinds, not just characters, but also entities, information artifacts, and so on, play roles, are participants in those roles. And that this event has a location and it has a time bound of some kind. And then that a story or a narrative, I use the terms interchangeably, it's just a knowledge representation scheme to organize very, very large quantities of events in a way that's coherent. And so you want to take very large quantities of events, and you want to be able to get quickly to detail, or you want to be able to discriminate between value of different events. You want to be able to track different networks through these events and so on. And for me, that's what story does. So that view of story structure is kind of laid out here. Again, I use narrative and story kind of interchangeably. And there's two parts. There's a structure and there's a discourse, how you tell the story. In the structure, there's kind of two parts. There's the verb part, the activity, and then there's the participant part, or the nouns. And again, those can be of various kinds. So things are happening on the internet now that affects all this in a big way. One is that over the last 5-10 years, the participants have been identified uniquely all over the place on the internet. So these are knowledge graphs, is kind of like a general term. Wikidata and DBpedia are an example. Google Knowledge Graph apparently drives about 1/4 of Google searches right now. So Google is becoming more of a knowledge company than a search company. Satori is a Microsoft version of Google Knowledge Graph. GeoNames is a very large knowledge graph, if you like, of geographic locations. Freebase is a crowdsourced knowledge graph that Google digested. Facebook is a knowledge graph. Facebook is a catalog. It's like a social security number for people on the internet. So this is all new. These are basically computer words for participants. And so this gets really, really specific. Here's an example of a Freebase record for something called the PIT maneuver. And the PIT maneuver, it's an acronym, stands for Precision Immobilization Technique. And it's a technique that the California Highway Patrol developed to stop people in car chases. Very, very niche little specific thing. And yet it's got a unique identifier in Freebase. And Freebase is a much smaller knowledge graph than Google Knowledge Graph as a whole. So very, very specific things can be talked about in terms of unique identifiers. The verb side, or the activity side, is also being structured. This is nowhere near as structured as the participant side. But there's various schemes for taking activity and systematically or formally structuring. The one that I use is FrameNet, but there's several others. And this gets pretty specific too. So here's a FrameNet frame, and this is using a concept known as frame semantics, where you basically describe meaning as a contained whole that has a set of roles that are played, and some of those are core and necessary, some of them are optional. But here's one. It's the thwarting frame, and that's pretty specific. I mean, that's a pretty archaic kind of word that you don't use very often. But FrameNet has a formal definition, and this is all in the FrameNet data set. It's a big XML data set. It's all structured for computational use. But this is defined. This is clearly defined. And so those roles, those little colored boxes there, those are the nouns of the participants in this activity. And so you can kind of take these together, and you can basically make these little frames, these journalistic, what I call event frames, which are kind of abstractions of things that happen in journalism or in life, in activity, that you want to report as journalism. And then you can instantiate or fill out the event frame by plugging in unique identifiers for the various participants from these knowledge graphs on the internet. That's the general idea here. So an example, a story using these kind of structured events. This one is pretty familiar to everybody. This is, in the computational narrative world, Little Red Riding Hood is the fruit fly of computational narrative. Everybody loves Little Red Riding Hood. But this is a very simple story. It's kind of like a pigeon. It's kind of like a computational pigeon. You're not going to describe the nuance of Shakespeare in here, but you can really get the gist. I mean, there's the semantics of the plot points are pretty clear. It doesn't seem very useful in this kind of a scale, but if you get to this kind of a scale, then it becomes a lot more useful. And I should be clear, I have not structured this story. This story is probably in the order of 30, 40, 50,000 journalistic events at this point, sprawling all over the place with lots of different levels of detail and so on. But you can imagine that if you could structure something like this, then that would become useful. But a big bucket of events has its own problems, and so you need to organize that in a way that you can access and use a little more coherently, and that's a story. And so there's three mechanisms here in this data representation scheme for turning that bucket of events into a story. One is a recursive mechanism for basically nesting stories within stories within stories. Another is just a designation of value in events in the stories so that you can control the story by the value of each event within a story. And then there's a network aspect to it as well. Common events are sort of a very obvious network aspect, but there's others, common characters, common entities, common locations. In the research prototype for this, I actually had cause and effect as well. It's a little more complex. So you can basically network these events together once you have them as structure. So built this, figured out various iterations of data models in a research prototype, and then built an operational prototype. This is on the web. You can go and play with it whenever you want, structuredstories.com. It's not very good on mobile, by the way, so use your big screen. So we built this thing. This is what a structured story looks like in the structured story view. So this is the Bill de Blasio and the NYPD story in structured stories. This is the input mechanism. So basically you're making these calls to APIs, to Freebase and Facebook and so on to fill out various slots in these event frames. So the event frame is a character arrested another character for a crime and a date and a location, and then you're filling these out using these calls to the APIs. So we did this experiment this summer. So this is only June and July, so this is very preliminary, sort of still getting our head around what we learned. And so the question was, can real reporters use this scheme to report real news into these structured events and narratives? So we had 3 students from the Reporters Lab at Duke University, and they worked here full-time for 2 months in New York City. And they got a couple of days of training, but then they were on their own, so we wanted them to be as fairly independent on this. They used the interface on the prototype, and then we had no restrictions for what they could enter. They could enter whatever they wanted to. We had domains, law and order and housing and the Uber thing, Uber and the Taxi and Limousine Commission, but within that they could basically structure whatever stories they wanted, whatever events they wanted. And then we spent a lot of time documenting this. And the students actually blogged about this, which is very interesting too. And all of this was funded by the ONA Challenge Fund. So quick result, we got stories. So this was great. We didn't know we would get stories. The whole thing might have proven unworkable, but it didn't. We actually got stories. So we got 67 stories, about 700 news events, lots and lots of different topics. Towards the end, when we were pretty secure that we were going to get lots of stories, we started going off our topic areas. We did some sports. They did 9/11. There was a few other topic areas. These are the stories. So you can go into that website and you can kind of browse the stories. There's a new user interface for these stories. This again was put together by the Duke Reporters Lab. So there's lots of different ways that you can use the stories. The stories are available as JSON data on an API. So the user interface is completely separated from the representation itself. And some quick observations, and again, these are preliminary. It is possible to do this. These are very coarse representations. You're not going to put all the nuance of Shakespeare again in there. They're more like a pigeon. It's like a computational pigeon. But we did structure these stories, and we did not depend on natural language to do so. So that's I think, is a new thing. FrameNet, which is our activity representation foundation, that was pretty sufficient. There was some events that we couldn't structure with FrameNet, but most of them we could. Although some of them are going to require a couple of frames. And then the knowledge graphs that we used, there's most participants, most nouns that happen in journalism are represented in knowledge graphs. There were some that were not. Prisoners at Rikers Island and so on don't tend to have Facebook pages, but most were. And then there was some observations. A key one was that the use of these event frames, these abstractions of events, follows a power law. And that's important because when similar things have been tried before, in the 70s and the 80s, there was some attempts to do something similar in a more academic setting. there was a combinatorial explosion that came from this very quickly. And one of the assumptions here is that that's still going to happen, but that the use will follow a power law. So if we can capture the head terms and then have quick ways of dealing with the long tail, then we can make it work. But that also implies a taxonomy for these head terms. About half of all the events that we structured were communication or statement, speech act kind of events, publishing kind of events. So we need a shallow taxonomy for those. There are some conceptual barriers to this. There's a degree of abstraction that's required on the reporter's part that's sometimes hard to get through. And that we showed even in the 3 reporters, there was quite a variance in how readily they took to the abstraction required to enter these events. But the net of it all is that we showed that this thing can actually represent general news. So this is going to be more formally evaluated this fall at the University of Missouri. We're going to do some Mechanical Turk studies and some studies with students there. It's still very, very early days, and again, this is pretty preliminary. So let me end it there.
Other questions?
Hi, thanks for presenting this really, really interesting stuff. So do you think this kind of interface and knowledge network could be helpful to journalists to infer missing links in a story?
Well, there's another set of work that's going on elsewhere in a couple different places that is trying to do something similar in an automated fashion. And so these are what are known as automated story understanding systems. There's a big one in the EU called the Newsreader Project, and they have an ontology that I've looked at. And there was a workshop in Beijing in July that actually was the first workshop on that subject, computing news storylines. My take on those, and I haven't really got into the very, very latest in what's happening there, is that they're still very coarse, and that the ability to do this in a automated but also a manual way where you can sort of get the best of both worlds. The editorial side is labor intensive, the automated approach is a little coarse. That's where the sweet spot is.
Yeah, in a way, this reminds me a lot of what Palantir does. Yeah. I don't know if you know Palantir technology.
Yeah, I've had interest from the intelligence people on this. So.
Other questions? Yes, in the back.
Hi. My question is, could you use the system to detect bias in articles that are already published?
I don't really see how. I mean, the interaction between structured news and events and stories and news and articles is really they're kind of separate. So in structured stories, the structure is a route to the article, so you can find the article. Uh-huh. That's if people attach the article to the event, right? Source documents are kind of the main use for that, but you can attach anything you want. But other than that, there's no real connection between the two worlds. So there may be ways, depending on how this might be usable, but there may not. I don't know.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, one last question. Larry.
Hi, thanks. I take it that the aim is to actually dynamically or automatically construct different variant journalism products from these atoms once they've been extracted. Maybe you could tell us a little bit about how that part of the project is going.
Yeah, so basically all of this is in a database that's accessible via an API, and it's broken down to the event level and the verbs and the activity. So what is built up from that is a totally open question. We've got one new user interface that we're basically trying to demonstrate the functionality that we've already identified in the operational prototype. But that's all that's going to do. I think it's one of these things where the uses of this and the products you could make from it are kind of unknown. It kind of resets the assumptions that are kind of bound up with article-based journalism. So right now, the main goal of the user interface is to allow folks to explore the representation, but no more than that. I have a basic query tool. I think there's ways you can do reasoning on it, but I think that's a very large, long-term set of applications.
Thank you. Let's thank our speaker. All right, Larry, Miriam.
Sorry? Oh, yeah, thank you. Okay. Hi there, I'm Larry Birnbaum.
And I'm Miriam Boone.
We're at the Intelligent Information Lab at Northwestern University, and we're going to tell you a little bit today about some tools we built for putting news in context automatically and a platform for doing that.
All right, so some of you might be wondering why context? Why does that matter so much? And I think as this picture demonstrates aptly, without context, we often get pretty confused about what we're looking at. Here's another example, kind of reminds me of Plato's cave.
Yeah, I know.
What's going on?
I know it is. Let's just start over. Sorry.
So spacebar is what I want to press.
Yeah, just press spacebar. We're good.
All right, back to our elephant and our allegory of the cave, except possibly backwards. And I couldn't resist it, our little hat that's not a hat. According to the Little Prince, it's actually a serpent digesting an elephant. So perspective, context makes a big difference to understanding what's actually going on. So we'd like to argue that context is actually something that should be considered a standard of care for ethics in journalism. Anyone who's been to journalism school knows that our sort of raison d'etre is to communicate truth and to uncover it. I think it's pretty arguable that the more context you provide, the greater truth you're communicating. But only 12% of nearly 250 journalistic codes of ethics surveyed mentioned anything resembling context. So why is that? So here's a rather old newspaper page, and we'll notice there isn't much room. In fact, there's very little white space. We've gotten a little bit better about that, but before the internet, we were limited by space and in broadcast formats by time. Today, we're not limited by space anymore, really. But we've got other limitations that were present before, but not important, like user interest. Well, I shouldn't say not important, but not as prevalent as the whole hard limit of space. User time, and our ability to provide context efficiently and economically, which translates to scalability, which is something computer science is actually perfectly suited to address.
Thanks, Miriam. So I'm going to tell you a little bit now about some of the work we've been doing on contextual search and contextual information systems, really spanning more than a decade and a half of work at Northwestern. I'm going to start with an early system we built. This was actually mainly the product of my research partner, Chris Hammond, and our student, Jay Budzig. This was a system we called Watson. And Watson was a system to automatically find information relevant to a document that you were viewing or editing in some kind of online platform. And I learned two really important things from Watson. The first thing I learned was never call a program something that a much more important program is going to be called later. Okay? And the second thing I learned was that it's actually very hard to actually understand what kind of information someone wants to see in a context. This system actually was fast, it was automatic, and in some respects it was better than human, but it had one significant challenge, which was that the information it brought back the relationship that it bore to the original information was in some sense based on what was out there on the internet. So a lot of times what it brought back was what we would call more of the same. And this really is what gave me the insight that in order for information to be sort of contextually valuable, it has to be similar in certain respects and then dissimilar in other respects to the information that you already have. And that got us to thinking about what kinds of information dissimilarity, what kinds of dimensions of contextual relationship ought we be thinking about and trying to compute? So we built a lot of systems over the next decade or so that had this property. This is one that was built by my student Jiawei Liu, who's now at Google. It was called Local Savvy. It had a very simple premise, which was when I'm looking at a news story, find me news stories on the same topic that are from venues associated with stakeholders in that news story, particularly locations. So in this instance, given a news story about, and this is from Vladimir Putin's first go-around as president of Russia, so this is really from more than a decade ago, this story. Given a news story from a source somewhere in the West, in this case I think Australia, rather than showing me CNN and the BBC and so on, show me stories from Iran, okay, because this story affects Iran. So the mechanisms were not really that complicated, but it seemed to provide a kind of nice potential value add. A more complicated system that Jiawei built was called Compare and Contrast. This found sort of related historical situations online given a story. So in this case we have a story about Israel's use of cluster bombs during the 2006 Lebanon war, and rather than bringing back 50,000 or 50 million other stories about Israel's use of cluster bombs during the 2006 Lebanon war, what this system brought back would be stories about US use of cluster bombs in Iraq, NATO use of cluster bombs in Afghanistan or the Balkans. Something that could provide you a basis of comparison for what you were seeing. This was a system built by my student Francisco Jacobelli, who is now at Northeastern Illinois University. It was called Tell Me More, and the premise of this system was to find information relevant to the story that you were reading that was not contained in that story, that was contained in other stories on the same situation. And so it would automatically go out and find those related stories, and then it would sort of sift through them to find the additional information. Now, of course, that's a really gigantically hard problem, and so in general what we do in our lab is we look for cheap syntactic proxies for complicated semantic or pragmatic properties like that. So in this instance, what Francisco hit upon was the idea of let's look for new named entities, let's look for new numbers, and let's look for new quotes. Those are data that are not in the original story, and let's put those things up there next to the story, and you can drill down into the full story there if you want to. We actually built a version of this, by the way, where he inserted those paragraphs into the original story kind of directly, and we thought that the readability would go down, but it didn't, which raised some questions about the readability of news stories generally, but that's another story. From all this work over this time period, we actually, you know, as you get older and you learn things, they get simpler and simpler. You know, it took us, these used to be very complicated big systems, and after a while we realized that the core of this system is really not that complicated. So this is the core architecture of every one of these systems. You start with the source article, you do some text analysis of some kind, named entity analysis, or you build a histogram, or you do something like that. And then from this analysis, you construct a bunch of queries that are going to be directed to a bunch of news sources or other information sources that you've identified, and you actually might determine them on the basis of that analysis as well. You'll also generate some filters to do some ranking and reorganizing, and then you're going to run those queries against those sources, use the filters, and take the results back and display them to the user in some way that might be useful to him or her in the context of the original story that they were reading. So all of these systems ended up looking just like that, and so what we thought was, let's build this and start filling in the blanks and try to make it a lot easier for us to build these things kind of in a cookie cutter fashion. So Miriam's going to tell you a little bit about some of the projects that we built subsequently using that.
Okay, so these are projects that we built before we built the toolkit, and then we rebuilt them with the toolkit as examples of what we can do with it. So probably the most complicated one we've done is the stakeholder tweetback. And the idea behind this is that we would take the article, we'd extract some entities that we view as the stakeholders, and some keywords that are supposed to sort of qualify what the article is about. And then we would go to Twitter and we would try to find those stakeholders' Twitter accounts. And then we would grab their tweets and we would pass those tweets through a filter to try to separate out tweets that were only relevant to that article. So in the end, what you get are tweets from people or organizations, they're mentioned in the article, and that are about the same topic or a related topic to the article. Oh, I did it again.
We're going to go this way from now on, okay? Keep going.
I'm sorry, guys.
Keep going.
So, Tweet Talk. Tweet Talk was the next one we did, and you just made it go away. Tweet Talk was the next one we did, and it does a somewhat simpler architecture. We're basically taking keywords, we're searching Twitter for the keywords, and then we're filtering them based on how relevant we think they are and just sending you those. And the next one we did was Read It, which does the same thing, except it returns Reddit threads. So the toolkit that we did this with, we called the News Context Project, and our goal was to create an open source toolkit that would allow people to more readily generate applications like this. So we took our code, we generalized it, integrated and documented it. We made interfaces available by the web, and also you can do a browser plugin. And we removed APIs that will require special keys, except for things like Twitter, which you can't get around if you want to interact with Twitter. And replaced it with open source software. So, so now we've got this toolkit that anyone can access. And in the near future, we've got some things we want to add, some things that will make it, even more thoroughly well-developed piece of software engineering. And we're also hoping to get other people to start putting contributions in, because we want this to be a resource for the whole community. All right.
Thanks, Miriam. So the platform that we built at this point, as Miriam said, consists of this sort of backbone architecture and a series of sort of libraries associated with each phase of that architecture, so that it becomes relatively simple for a developer to build an instance of this kind of gizmo for the source that you're interested in, or the sources, the nature of the contextual relationship that you want to try and craft, and so on. But it's still the case that this is something that you need a professional developer for. I think, how long would it take to build Read It, would you say? I mean, some of these things can be built now in sort of 2 to 4 days using this toolkit. So the time is substantially reduced from, let's say, the first one we built 15 years ago, which was somebody's PhD thesis and took 2 years. That having been said, it's still the case that this is a system that professional developers have to be brought into the picture on. And the place we want to go next actually is to figure out a way to build a kind of a user configurable context platform, sort of a system that would allow publishers or end users themselves to actually sort of craft the kinds of contextual information and contextual relations that they would like to see relevant to the news stories or other information content that they're consuming. And if you think about what it will take to do this for a second, you can't obviously give people a bunch of libraries of text analytic tools and things like that and ask them to configure this. You're going to have to give them a picture of contextual relations that's natural and intuitively meaningful to them. So in other words, you have to think about what counts as context for people in a natural way. I want more personal stories, okay? I want more historical background. I want alternative viewpoints. I want a basis for comparison. So these are the kinds of contextual relations that we need to be thinking about in terms of how do we want to actually specify what it means to be context, to have a contextual relationship with a piece of information. And we want to give people an interface for manipulating those kinds of contextual relations. And then what we want to do is map from that to the choice of the particular particular components in the library that we're going to need, and the particular parameterization of those tools. In other words, what kind of text analytics do I need to build the query to get the right kinds of things to make this kind of contextual relationship real, or what kind of information source do I need to go to, right? That can't be the end user's job. It's got to be our job to map from the nature of the original content and from the nature of the contextual relationship the user wants to the selection and parameterization of those tools. I think that's feasible, and sort of this is my dream picture, or a dream picture of a little while ago, of maybe a kind of contextual relationship interface that we could give to people to say, this is the kind of contextual relationship I want to the information I have. I want more data, or I want some human interest, or I want more analysis, or I want comparable things. And also, what I like about this is the idea that you represent the trade-offs that are involved. In other words, if I'm going to show you a certain kind of context, I mean, something that has a lot of personal anecdotes may not be so data-rich, and vice versa. All right, so you can start to think about the kinds of trade-offs that are involved and help people envision those as well. And this sort of gets to the whole issue of algorithmic transparency, which I know is a big issue in this community as well, but specifically as it relates to editorial decisions and editorial judgments. I mean, those are choices, of course, that determine the kind of information we see or the kind of context we're going to see. And I think the idea that rather than being sort of squirreled away in some black box, that these things can be actually manifested to people in a way that they can understand is actually going to be another value of this kind of interface if we can build it, which I think we can. Thank you very much. I should say, by the way, okay, go. Sorry, I should say, by the way, that we're going to be, by we I mean Miriam. You know, there's a famous saying in computer science that by me I mean us, and by us I mean the students. So anyway, we're going to be demoing some of the instances of this platform at the demo session this afternoon. And while the toolkit is not quite ready for prime time yet, it is, I think, already public, and we're not advertising it, but with a little more work, we hope to get it out there for other people to use.
All right.
One other qualifying statement, the website is out of date. Sorry about that.
Other?
The website, what's GitHub? That's the repository.
Oh, it's NU InfoLab/context. NU InfoLab/context.
Questions?
All righty then.
We have one.
Hi. What do you think that do you need for reach that architecture? Because, for example, now advertising use a lot of the strategies to take information from the behaviors of users. For example, the use of cookies to try to understand what are they looking, searching. So that kind of technologies could improve or could be behind your technologies?
So, of course, there are lots of kinds of contextual services that are available besides content-based contextual services. There are personalization, tracking via cookies, or social network kinds of models. In general, in our lab, we focus on the use of specific content and in-the-moment content in particular, as opposed to tracking over time. It's certainly true that over time, certain people have dispositions for certain kinds of information or context, but I mean, our thinking is to give people, is that the most important determiner of your state of mind right now is what you are reading right now, I would say is kind of my theory of the matter. And so that's the thing that should be the most preponderant determinant of what other kinds of information would be interesting or relevant to you in the moment.
I'd just like to clarify, in computer science, context is often used specifically with reference to things that are doing things like providing personalization. It's the user's context that the word context refers to. We're talking about providing context in relation to the content that you're looking at right now, the news story, which is a different beast. It's a different problem.
All right, we have one last question, and then we're going to shift gears for our final panel of the day.
Okay, I just wanted to thank you for creating
this.
this.
We have one more paper too.
Sorry.
Tired.
So thanks for creating this toolkit. Just quick question, and I mean, I know, Larry, this is a huge body of work that you're building on for the last many years to get here. What level of expertise do you expect the person to have to use this toolkit?
Well, we've had undergraduates at Northwestern build class projects using it, so they're probably, typically those teams will consist of 2 or 3 junior or senior computer science majors and a journalist working on figuring out kind of what are the sources and what kind of contextual information would matter. So, and they've been able to do things like this roughly in 10 weeks, taking this as one of 4 courses. So I would say that's the level.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
No, sorry, Carol and Eitan. Bad. So, 10 minutes. No, I'll tell you when 10. You have 10 left. Yep.
Hi, my name is Carolyn Garrick. I'm an undergraduate at the University of Michigan School of Information, and I'm here to talk to you guys about personalized article content. So, What is personalization in journalism? So it used to be that if you wanted personalized content, you could just go grab a local newspaper, and there you go, local content. But now we have things like location-specific homepages and personalized news aggregators like Google News, which allows you to personalize based on location, topic, sources, all sorts of things. So what we're looking at is personalized article content. So specific content that automatically adapts to reader information, which has received a lot less attention than other kinds of personalization in journalism. So here's an example of the type of content personalization that we're talking about. This is a New York Times article. It was published in May. When you open the article, it automatically loads a map specific to your location. So here are two examples. One is for Washtenaw County, Michigan. One is for Manhattan. Also, the text changes dramatically based on location. And so does data in the story. So we see a few benefits of personalization. Personalization scales content production. So you can write one article but have it be applicable to a lot of small groups of readers. You can also increase engagement and better learning outcomes, assuming that people are going to be more interested in content that is directly relevant to them in some way. So our goals with this research are to understand content personalization and how it can be used, and to also create systems to facilitate this content, making it easier for journalists and newsrooms to do it on a regular basis. This talk is going to focus primarily on risks, benefits, and guidelines for this kind of personalization. We're still actively working to develop systems to support this content, which we'll talk about at the end of the talk as well. So, content personalization. We define it as an automated change to the set of facts in an article's content based on properties of the reader. So basically, a person opens an article, information is automatically inferred about them, and it loads accordingly with a personalized view for the user. So like we saw with the New York Times example, textual content can be personalized as well as multimedia features, charts, maps, other graphics, lots of stuff. Personalization can have several functions. It can add context to an article by adding facts. It can remove facts, remove distracting facts in an article that might not be relevant to a user. Or it can enhance facts, like the New York Times example, it emphasizes information that's already there to show a more relevant presentation. So personalization can be based off things like, obviously, location, reader age, educational attainment, all sorts of other like demographic factors that might be able to be inferred from a user. So to help our research and to help understand how possible this would be, we surveyed journalism professionals. Our goal with this was to identify perceived risks, benefits of personalized content. So we asked journalists a slightly different set of questions based on their experience with graphics, basically hypothesizing that people who have significant graphics experience have a little bit different perspective and know a little bit more about what might be possible with this. So questions included, what does personalization in the news mean to you? So we asked this question before we gave them our definition so that we could kind of get an idea of what people thought of that. We also asked, what are your objectives when you're including graphics in a story? And what demographics or information would you be most likely to use in order to personalize with, assuming that you had access to this information? So overall, survey participants were excited about and familiar with the concept of personalization applied to journalism. Most people defined it differently than we do. So participants were generally familiar with customized feeds like Google News. They're familiar with location-based homepages, and also familiar with the concept of producing content to appeal to a specific audience. For example, producing content to appeal to millennials. 6 participants did have definitions similar to ours, and that they referred to specific content and specific users rather than just the more broader definition of homepages and feeds and stuff like that. So some of the results were that there's a couple benefits to personalization. For readers, it can it can increase engagement and learning. Like this Washington Post graphics developer said, with personalization, people can relate to the overall story more. They can apply what they read to their own lives and then get a better understanding of the story. Hopefully they'll get more out of it than they would otherwise. Other benefits are just, like we said before, scaling content production. So it will allow broader publications, like we saw the New York Times, appeal to more specific audiences. And it allows journalists to write one article or make one graphic, whatever, that then applies to specific people. Obviously, like any other editorial decision, there are some risks with content personalization. So there is a risk of overstepping the privacy of readers, and this was by far the most common concern that journalists had. So that's definitely something to consider. Another one is that there is a risk of misrepresenting content because each reader gets a slightly different view of the same story. And also we asked how they'd be likely to personalize. By far, journalists said location would be the most likely one, and then also internet habits and age. And we also said that there are other possibilities could include gender, race, political preference, and educational attainment, among others, but journalists we surveyed weren't as receptive to these ideas. So based on our survey results, based on our general research, and the graphics and articles we looked at, we defined a set of design guidelines to help guide personalization. So we have 8 total guidelines, and we're going to go over 5 of them right now. However, all 8 of them are in a lot more detail in our paper, and you can take a look at that if you'd like more information. Also, feel free to ask questions at the end. So our first guideline is personalize with function in mind. So basically, like the decision to personalize content should be very deliberate. If journalists are personalizing, they should be doing it for a reason. Content personalization should not be overused, and obviously it shouldn't be used if it's not needed in a situation. So another guideline is that interactivity is not the same as personalization. This right here is just a pretty simple interactive map. Interactivity works by allowing reader to interact with an article, and then they can generate personally relevant content. But our definition of content personalization says that when a person opens an article, the personally relevant content loads automatically. So there is a difference, although they are similar concepts. Another guideline, like we said before, is that privacy is definitely very important to consider. Definitely a really important factor when deciding whether or not to and how to personalize content. Another guideline is identify the bias. So like we said before, people can miss out on information because the computer deems it irrelevant. So it's important to consider and important to make sure that the broader context, for example, the national context, is still there. And then our last guideline that we're going to talk about is providing reader control, which this partially addresses both privacy and bias concerns. So basically we're saying that readers should know that it's personalized, they should know how it's personalized, and they should also be able to see the personalization from another view. So if you look at the New York Times example, they're able to enter another location and see the view from another location. And we also think that they should be able to opt out of personalization if they would not like to see a personalized article. So again, these are our 8 different guidelines, and if you guys have any questions about them, please ask at the end, and also take a look at our paper where we have them all in more detail. So Eitan Adar is going to talk a little bit more about the work we're doing to make this more of a reality for journalists.
Thanks, Carolyn. So we figured we'd give you a little bit of a taste of where we're heading with this. This isn't part of the paper, but we just wanted to give you a sense of how we're taking some of these guidelines and actually making them a reality. Now, this is very different from a lot of the projects in our group, which has a lot of automation. Here, we're saying the journalist should have a lot of control in structuring this. And so as you'll see, we're implementing this as a domain-specific language that a journalist can write in very simply in order to control what's being displayed, either in the graphics or in the text. So from our survey, aside from privacy, one of the central concerns was, of course, how do we actually do this? We don't have the resources on staff. Our newsrooms simply can't handle it, or developers can't handle this. And if you look at the New York Times example that we showed in the beginning, it's quite complex. There's a lot of JavaScript logic to make it work. We sort of went through and decompiled it and figured out what was going on. It's quite difficult to do this. And so we were thinking about ways of doing it slightly more easily. So to do this, we are building a system called Persilog. We have an initial demo, and we're hoping to release by the end of the month. But basically, it comes in 3 components: a very simple inference engine, location, things like sex, things like jobs, and so on, derived from the census, although you can plug in other kinds of inference engines. This domain-specific language, which is very simple, it comes in 2 kinds of constructs. One is segment readers by something, and then based on the segment, do something. Okay, so they're basically the only 2 things that one does. So there's that, and I'll show an example of this in a second. And then personalizable graphical widgets, so different kinds of visualizations that can be personalized. And that's a talk all on its own, but we're offering a few initial ones as part of this kind of early package. Persilog, the thing we're constructing, has 2 components, but is entirely written in JavaScript. So some of it sits on the client and basically compiles automatically into something to display, and a bunch of it sits on the server. But because it's in JavaScript, we're allowing that code to be shifted between the 2 different things. So if you have a lot of privacy concerns, you can do all the inference and a lot of the work on the browser side, and so the server itself doesn't know much about the reader, if that's an issue. Or if you want scalability and want this thing to be fast, you can actually compile the personalized content on the server level because you have faster computers there. So this is basically how Persilog looks inside of HTML. You write these little code chunks. In this case, all it's doing is printing, you seem to live in some county. The user comes in. This object is constructed internally, all automated, that has a bunch of properties for the individual. And then this code, what happens is replaced by a blank spot where Persilog can spit out whatever content it needs to. So first it creates this empty tag if you're doing stuff in HTML, and then it executes the code. And so if I was coming in from Ann Arbor, it would spit out, you seem to live in Washtenaw County. And basically it could recompile this, re-execute every time you were visiting or making any changes to the display. Or, sorry, your personal properties, I should say. Again, the basic syntax is segment by something and then do something. And doing something is often change the visualization or print something to the screen or change the color or whatever. But there's very basic operations there. So in this case, we just have a simple construct, which is an if-else. If the sex is male, print you are likely male. If the sex is female, you are likely female. And we can do this based on a lot of different properties that are automatically inferred. And the syntax for that is stable. So sex, location, county, all these things are held stable across any person who comes in. And so you don't have to learn new variable names. There's slightly more sophisticated things. If county is Middlesex, do something like, it's in the Midwest, so write something like you probably soda. If you're coming, that's in Cambridge, Massachusetts, so you probably say soda. Washtenaw, the Midwest, you probably call it pop. And the default, we don't know who you are, where you're coming from, so I don't have data for this region. Okay, there's more sophisticated stuff that we can do there too, but that's a really simple kind of if-else kind of loop. We also support slightly more sophisticated segmentation by allowing a database to be loaded in. So you construct a CSV file, just a comma-separated value, with as much data as you want. So in this case, you might load in a data file that contains counties and unemployment, and then you use the segment by operator, which says whatever the census county label is in the database, find me the person's county and then do this match and then display whatever the unemployment is. Okay, so really straightforward, just a match between the visitor and a specific equality match in the database. But we also do this in a fuzzy match, so if you don't have all the data in your data set, you can say something like closest to. So this will find you the county that's closest to the segment database that you've loaded into memory. So for example, you can say census county, in this case the person's visiting from Snohomish County, County, which is just outside of Seattle, and the closest county there is King. So the closest to operator does this match, this fuzzy match for you automatically. And we support this for strings, for numbers, and many other things as well. We have this notion of uncertainty, so if you want to be really confident about your decision, so you need to be really confident that someone's age is above a certain number, you can do that. You can also control visualization widgets and so on. Just as an example, we actually took the New York Times article and rewrote it in Persilog, but just to be clear, there's a lot of data work that they've done to basically get the data that they're going to display, and then the JavaScript logic, which is driving the personalization. We've made the JavaScript piece really easy, but you still have to go and collect the data. That part we haven't solved with this particular system. So yeah, so we have this Persilog. It basically lets you do a lot of targeting. You can do a lot of this great customization. It's still in development, but we'll give you a URL at the end where if you want to be notified when we release it, hopefully at the end of the month, you can let us know. And I'll let Carolyn finish up.
Yeah, so basically content personalization has numerous benefits. It's not quite clear yet how to do it and how to do it well, but we do propose some basic guidelines to help kind of guide how people could think about this content. And yeah, we're currently developing the software Persilog to support personalization for journalists. Thank you. Questions?
Questions? Oh, it's been a long day, hasn't it? Questions? Yes.
Sorry, oops, I just spilled the water. Catherine D'Ignazio from Emerson College and MIT. I just wanted to say, it's not really a question, but I just want to say, to underscore your point about this idea of perspective taking in these kinds of systems, I really like the guideline where you propose that you can kind of be immersed in the personalization and be experiencing it, but also be able to kind of jump out of it and see it from other perspectives. And you might imagine this across categories that are more fluid, so where I'm traveling somewhere, but I'm really from another location, of course, or other things like even like gender fluidity, other kinds of fluidity. And so this way that we can both be immersed in something and come out of it, I think that's really important, even just for a very basic, from a basic kind of data literacy perspective as well, to understand that we are seeing a content that is personalized, and that is something that people are doing more and more. So thank you, it's really super interesting.
Thank you.
All right, let's thank our speakers. All right, so now we have one last event. We have a panel. I think everyone's here. Tom, Janet, Olga, do you want to come to the front? This is a good time as we're changing over if you want to grab a water or something like that. So if you guys wanted to maybe come up and find a seat, that'd be awesome. One final curated panel. This is a panel of journalists, and when Jay Hamilton, Cheryl Phillips, and I were talking, we thought that it would be nice in a venue about computation and journalism coming together to bring some examples of journalists who are venturing out into computational terrain as opposed to just computational scientists venturing into journalistic terrain. And so what we have are some examples here of well, places in some cases that I wouldn't have imagined journalists wanting to go, and so I'm very excited to have Janet Roberts from Reuters, Tom McGinty from the Wall Street Journal, and Olga Pierce from ProPublica to talk a little bit about the work that they've been doing that's a bit more of a heavy lift than what you might find in computer-assisted or traditional computer-assisted reporting. So I think the order we're going to go in is Janet first, then Tom, then Olga. They'll have about 10 minutes or so to present, and then we'll have questions and some discussion, and then questions from the group at the end. So Janet, if you'd like to start. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to tell you about a project that we did at Reuters, published at the end of last year, about the Supreme Court, and it was about the insularity of the court and the prominence of a group of, we called them elite lawyers, who really know the system, they know how to work the system, and they're very successful, and it's really almost kind of incestuous. They have very close ties to the justices, and they succeed more than others, and to great benefit of their clients. The project started out with a pitch from our Supreme Court beat reporter who's been covering the court for more than 20 years and knows all the players. We kind of joke that she's part of the echo chamber herself because she knows them all so well. And she, she pitched this, oh, let's look at these guys. Let's look at these guys who, what's going on? This subset of people who are at the lectern all the time. They argue the most cases, they're rock stars, they have very close ties to the justices themselves. They've worked with them. This guy was at the Solicitor General's office with Sam Alito, and they used to play darts after work every day. This guy was the Solicitor General, and he has argued dozens of cases. He clerked for Justice Scalia. Ted Olson, the justices attended his wedding, and he goes to Ruth Bader Ginsburg's house every New Year's for dinner. This guy was in community theater with Ruth Bader Ginsburg and Justice Breyer and Justice Alito. So they, it's an insiders club. So that's interesting, but that story's been told. We had some numbers that went with it that made it a little bit more interesting, but we were still we wanted to do something original. And we decided that to really look at the impact of these people on the court, you have to go to where the real, you might think that the opinion that gets issued at the end is where the real justice happens, but really where the justice is really happening is in the selection of the cases in the first place. And the reason for that is there's 10,000 appeals submitted to the Supreme Court every year, 10,000. A lot of them come from jailhouse type people. And they only, I am really doing a bad job with my slides. They only agree to hear 75 of those. So that's where the lawyering skill really comes into play. You have to get them to hear your case, or else that's the end of your case. There's nowhere else you can go in the justice system in America beyond the Supreme Court. So we wanted to figure out how can we analyze what is going on there, and how are these elite lawyers at play in that most important step in the process. So we decided to look at only the case, we threw out all the jailhouse cases, we only looked at the cases where a private lawyer brought the appeal. we looked at 9 years worth of cases. There were 17,000 lawyers involved in those petitions. So we had to extract the names of all those lawyers, and we wanted to see if there was the same concentration that you see in the arguments in the petition phase. And we did find that there were these 66 lawyers who accounted for 43% of all the cases that the justices agreed to hear. So think about that. There were 17,000 lawyers, and only 66 accounted for 43% of all the cases the court agreed to hear. So we were pretty pleased with that finding. But then we said, okay, if you were going to bring a case to the Supreme Court, who would you hire? I mean, aren't these the guys you would want to be handling your case? So what? So what if these expert lawyers are handling the bulk of the cases? Isn't that what you would expect? So we really wanted to get at, is there an access to justice issue here? And to be able to answer that question, we had to code the cases. So we had to know who's bringing the case. Is it a business case? Is it a government case? Is it a criminal appeal? And we had to know something about the actual parties who were petitioning. So we went about this in the very painful way of getting 20 freelancers to read 10,000 petitions and code them by hand using this handy-dandy web form. It took 3 months. In the middle of that process, we went to the Investigative Reporters and Editors Computer-Assisted Reporting Conference in Baltimore, and we heard some people from Northwestern, some graduate students, talk about using topic modeling to analyze the congressional record. And it had a lot of really strong parallels to what we were trying to do. They were categorizing the congressional record by topic: abortion, war, conflict. They had various examples. And we thought, how cool if we could take these petitions and categorize them by topic. So we went back home, and this brilliant guy on my team called Charlie Szymanski decided that he was going to figure out how to do what those people at Northwestern did, and he found this Python library called GenSim that does, it's a vehicle for doing topic modeling. The name of the model we used, I can't even pronounce it to be truthful, latent Dirichlet allocation, fondly known as LDA. This is some of the computation behind it. I don't pretend to understand how it works. That's why we had Andrew Nystrom, who works on Reuters R&D team. Well, he did at the time. He worked on our R&D team, and he has a PhD in natural language processing and is an expert in this kind of application, and he held our hand through the process, because I would challenge you to find a journalist in America who could really understand totally how this works. But basically how it works, this is the journalist diagram of how it works, right? So you have a bunch of documents, you feed them into the application, and it goes through and it makes repeated passes through your documents, learning them as it goes along, and you've told it, I would like to know what 40 topics you can identify in my document, or what 75 topics, what 20 topics, and it goes through and it finds them. These are just some examples of some topics that it found, and the little red numbers, it assigns a probability score that the document is actually about that topic. So in the whole corpus, it's identified 40 topics that are present, and then for each document, it's telling you the likelihood that that document is about each of those topics. So here's some examples of some of our results. So the first column is the actual document, and then you have topic IDs, and then it's telling you the probability or the odds that that document is about these topics. And then the words going across are the keywords that it's assigned to that topic, which gives you an idea of what the topic is about. So like the first topic there has to do with environmental regulation, and then the next one has to do with congressional intent, and the computer is telling me that it thinks there's a more than half odds chance that it's about environmental regulation, and it's less likely that it's about these other things. Okay, so that's all kind of cool. But here's the problem. I've been going to panels where computer scientists come in and talk to us about how cool this is and what kind of applications it might have for journalism. And the first question in the room always is, how accurate is it? And they always say, oh, about 70%. And that's just not really gonna work. If you're doing a story about these guys and you can't have 30% of your results be wrong, because that's what's going to happen. They're going to be their response to your story. So this is the big problem in bringing together computer scientists and journalists. Journalists have to have a high degree of accuracy. But I was determined that I was going to figure out a way to make this work. So then I started exploring, okay, well, what is it that the computer is telling me here? And what I discovered is that you have to really understand what it's doing. So remember what I said, it's taking all of the 40 topics and it's telling you the likelihood that this document is about each one of them. So if you analyze the overall accuracy of the entire result set, you're going to get a kind of unimpressive number, a number that would not impress the Supreme Court justices. But if you look at the topic document assignments individually, some of them have very high likelihood scores, and so that's what we wanted to focus on. So what I did, and this isn't the way the scientists would do it, this is the way I did it, and Andrew told me it was okay, so I felt good about it. I took Charlie through the whole corpus at GenSim, and it spit back all these results, and I went through and took a sample of 1,000 documents, and I looked at every one of those 1,000 documents, and I scored every assignment, whether it was accurate or not. And after doing that, so I reviewed, there were 7,000 topic assignments, and I scored about 2,600 of them as accurate, and I had a 36% overall rate, right? But, it's a big fail. But I found that if I ranked the topics by probability, so the top probability for each document, I found that those were accurate 93% of the time. So then I was very excited because now I knew I had a win. I went beyond that and I looked at all the probability scores, and I found that if above a certain probability score, documents were, 95% of the time they were accurate. So I had sort of an overall threshold that I could apply to the whole body of work. And then I dove in a little bit deeper than that, and I found that each topic had a threshold. So if I looked at each topic's probability scores, I could be comfortable that there was a journalist-approved level of accuracy for that topic. So ultimately, that's what I ended up using, is for each topic, if it was above this probability score, I considered it accurate, and if it was below, I discarded it. A lot of the ones that were below probably were accurate, but not accurate enough for me to feel comfortable. And after that, I had 93% of my documents had at least one topic assigned to them, and some of them had multiple topics. So you might wonder, why, if you could do this, why would you do all that hand coding? Why would you hire 20 people to sit around for 3 months and code all the documents? Well, the reason is because this only tells you so much. And the real question that we had, we wanted to examine the business proclivities of the Supreme Court and whether the lawyers were helping to facilitate that. Whether businesses had more access to justice than other people because they are the ones hiring these elite lawyers. And the computer, the model, couldn't really tell me that. For example, it could tell me that it was an employment discrimination case, but it couldn't tell me that the petitioner was a business. It just knew that that petition involved that, but it didn't tell me who brought the case, whether it was the business or the employee. So the reason that this worked for us is because we did both. We did the machine learning, but we also did the human coding. And at the end of the day, we married the human results with the machine results, and we were able to come up with one of the more fascinating findings I thought that we had. We looked at cases that typically pit businesses against individuals, employment discrimination cases is an example, and we looked at who the lawyers were and the results, the outcome of those cases, and we found that it was heavily, the system just heavily favors businesses who hire these elite lawyers. They're more likely to have the elite lawyers, you're more likely to win when you have an elite lawyer, and so the system is really just kind of stacked against the little guy. Just a few things about how this was kind of some of the difficulties we encountered in using the model. One was cohesiveness of the topics. Some of them were we had really weird results. Like this one was about, obviously most of this is about the war on terror, extradition, torture, but it included the words Puerto and Rico, and so all these random cases about Puerto Rico that had nothing to do with terrorism were pulled in. This was my favorite. It was mostly about hazardous waste, but it had TCPA, which is the law that regulates telemarketers, and abortion. So all the abortion and telemarketer cases were lumped in with hazardous waste. And this one seemed to be about excessive use of force, but because there's so much gun involvement in criminal cases, it just was really muddy, and you couldn't really identify those cases. You couldn't isolate them. What we did to get closer to a win is we used something called stop words, so you can eliminate a bunch of words from the analysis, and it makes for cleaner results. It got rid of the Puerto Rico problem, for example. We also used something called stemming, where you're looking for kind of the root of words instead of the full word, and it makes the results a little bit more cohesive. And also we experimented with the number of topics. So you can have it do however many topics you want. And so when we tried 20 topics, we found that the categories were too broad. It was like a Goldilocks thing. 75 topics, we had the weird cohesion problems. But when we went to 40 topics, it was really good. We found that the topics were very cohesive, and they made sense for the story that we were trying to write. So I probably went over my 10 minutes, but that's what we did. And I'll answer questions at the end, right?
Yeah. Thank you.
Where's your menu bar, Janet? How do I, Oh, slideshow. I got it. Yeah. Hey, everybody. I didn't do anything nearly as complicated as Janet did. For the past couple of years, I've been working on a lot of stories about Medicare stuff. We made the dive, actually, with Janet's colleague over at Reuters, a guy named Mo Tamman, back in 2008, made the dive to try to get Medicare claims data en masse from Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. And we got like 3 years of it back at that time, from like 2008 through 2011. And then we recently updated it last year, and it's just like this enormous trove of data. As you can see, we have like about 4 terabytes just in the base tables from the stuff, and that doesn't count for everything that we've created as we've done analyses and stuff like that. And we've done a big series of stories on them. The really nice thing about this, the bad thing about it is how big it is. It's like the biggest thing by far that I've ever worked with. There are probably some computer scientists out there who are laughing at 4 terabytes, whatever. But for a journalist, that's kind of big. It's all stored in SQL Server. And just building the stuff took forever. You can see that one outpatient table. It has these things called revenue centers in them. It has 6 billion records in it, and it took like a day plus to just to index the thing, and quite a bit of time to load it. And it all had to be rationalized, because the way they used to put the data out, it was one big each claim was just one big wide line instead of having like all the procedures stacked up or anything. So I had to write scripts to basically create a rationalized format for it and then load it into SQL Server. So the size is a drag, but the good thing about it is this is 100% data. So it's every outpatient claim that occurred during these years. It's every inpatient claim that occurred during this year. So as a result of that, I didn't have to do what the title of this panel is. I didn't have to do any modeling on the data. It's like actually a full, complete picture of what happened, what Medicare paid. So the story we did a particular story on this, and it sort of stemmed from this question of charges not mattering to Medicare. By the way, I do really boring PowerPoints. I apologize for that. I'm like a fax guy. I'm not like all pretty. Janet did a nice job. So anyone, if you've interacted with the medical system, you know that it's like the actual finances of it, the charges, how much things cost. It's like a big black box, and that's certainly true with Medicare. The charges, the things that hospitals charge, Medicare doesn't pay that. If you go to an inpatient stay, your stay is classified with what's called a DRG, might be like hip and knee replacement or something. And Medicare says, here's where the hospital is located. They have a straight fee for it that they pay. The hospital charges like 4, 5, 6 times that, and that's on the claim that we get. And everybody says it doesn't matter, Medicare doesn't pay that. In 2013, Medicare released for the first time this survey of hospitals and what they charge, what their average charges were for procedures. And so you can see that it really varied very widely. One hospital could charge like a factor of 3 or 4 times another hospital for the exact same procedure. All the hospital folks said, that doesn't matter, nobody pays the charges, pay no attention. The question is, if charges don't matter, why do they keep raising them, right? If you look at this is from 2001 through 2013. The average cost of a Medicare inpatient stay rose 33% over that entire period of time. The average charges rose 98% for those same stays. So now if charges don't matter, why are they raising them all the time? It's an interesting question. I don't have the complete answer, but I'm going to talk about one component of that here. What about outlier payments? So as I said, Medicare pays based on this DRG system. Here's your flat fee for that. And sometimes the idea is a hospital is going to make a little extra money on that case if it's simpler, and sometimes they're going to lose a little money, but it'll average out. Those charges are based on what it should cost to do it. But they can earn outliers. If it's a really, really expensive case and it gets to a certain level, they can get paid outlier payments for those things. And an important component in calculating that cost to charge ratio is calculating that outlier payment is that cost to charge ratio. So these hospitals submit cost reports every year to Medicare, and they say, here's what our costs were and here's what our charges were. And Medicare uses that and they come up with a cost to charge ratio. The key here is that those reports lag. They can lag by like 2 years by the time they're completed and everything. They lag the current claims things, but they're used to calculate current claims. So if you say like in fiscal year number 1 in a hospital, their cost to charge ratio was 31%, then it looks like then the imputed cost of $161,000 stay is about $51,000. So as they raise their charges, that ratio keeps going down. So you can see like 161,000 charges really only equates to $25,000 in year 3. That's how they calculate it. But the problem is that Medicare, as it's processing claims in year 3, is using the cost to charge ratio from year 1, so it makes a case look much more expensive than it really was for the hospital. So we wanted to see if this really mattered. So we had, to do it though, we had to be able to deconstruct every claim that we had, because the claims tell us the payments amount, the outlier amount, and all that, but there are all these pieces that go into calculating that final payment. And they come from a lot of different sources that Medicare publishes every year. They change every fiscal year. It's different for hospitals. Different hospitals, depending on where the hospitals get cost of living adjustments depending on where they are. So it's more expensive to do medicine in New York than it is in Minnesota or whatever. So what we had to do was take each claim, each of about 30 million claims that had outlier payments, and say, can we deconstruct them and can we recreate how they arrived at the payment amount that was on the on the thing. And this is like a problem because usually like if I'm going to try to do something really complicated in the Medicare data, I'll make a nice little slice of it, like, right? And then I'll do my stuff on it, make sure I got it down before I run it on the whole thing. In this instance, we had to basically run every one of them every time we changed our little formula to do this stuff. So it took a lot of processing time. This like is great. I'm not the most patient person in the world, and this like you really have to be patient to work with this stuff. Watching it spin sometimes it's so frustrating, especially if you made a mistake. So what we want to do is if we could recreate the whole claim, figure out how it was paid, then we could swap out the hospital's actual cost to charge ratio for the year where the claim was filed for the one that was used from like the prior year and figure out how much they were overpaid or underpaid. This is like not that interesting. Like it's a whole bunch of SQL that we arrived with that ended up doing this, and it was like a lot of. When we first started out, we could get 20% of the claims to work, you know, and we kept finding little problems and adding tweaks to it and stuff like that. It was a lot of trial and error, and we found a lot of reading of the regulations to see things that came in and said, oh, that's a new thing that was added, and we didn't realize that. So, but by the time we got done with it, it was about 300 lines of SQL code and pulling in stuff from 6 different tables with a bunch of nested queries and a bunch of case whens and all that kind of stuff. But we ended up with this story, which was that Medicare, we identified about $2.6 billion in overpayments due to this like flaw in how they calculated this stuff. And this hospital is a really good illustration. It was bought in 2011, and the new owners just raised the prices. That's all they did. And you can see the impact it had on the outlier payments that they earned. They went from less than $2 million to more than $6 million in the second year and more than $4 million in the year after that. When we talked to Medicare about this, we said, well, you know, we went through our methodology and said, you know, why do you use this old thing, or why don't you go back and look? And they said, well, we'd have to reprocess every claim if we did that. And we said, well, that's what we're doing. You know, I mean, you like, if you're spending, you know, this is a minimum number because we were, like I said, we were only able to recreate 70% of the claims. But if Medicare could spend, I don't know, a couple $1 million to go back, you know, program something to go back and look at the claims, they could save a few billion. So it seems like, I don't know, you might want to look at that. So that's my thing.
Awesome. So as a little preface to talking about the project we did, just want to say that there was shit tons of data and shit tons of SQL and shit tons of R. There are years of our lives we'll never get back. It was like a sad jalopy that ran on whiskey and tears. Jonathan knows he was there for the darkest hours. But I didn't really want to talk about necessarily sort of resources in that respect. I just want to walk through some of the decisions we made in our newsroom regarding how we were going to tackle some issues with our data and also how we were going to visualize it and present it. If you have complaints, contact our complaints department. Actually, the last time we showed this, we had the Twitter handle of our one of our social media guys on it, and he will never forgive us. He said he'll never get the bus tracks off his shirt. Anyway, so we started with a problem, which was that patient harm, so things like infections and injuries, is the 3rd leading cause of death in America. Patients who want to avoid that issue don't really know where to go, and the medical community itself is not tracking the harm carefully. There's a complete dearth of data. And so we wanted to see if we could do something about that. Just for those who don't know, I'm with ProPublica, which is a nonprofit investigative newsroom here in New York, and our tagline is journalism in the public interest. Also, hopefully I won't give anyone a seizure or make them vomit with this moving thing. This is part of an ongoing project. We've been doing it for several years. It goes hand in hand with some other crowdsourcing efforts.
We have a patient safety Facebook group that has about 3,000 members in it at this point. We have a questionnaire that's pretty long that's been completed by about 1,000 people who've experienced patient harm. And then we also have a provider questionnaire so that nurses and doctors can tell us about their experiences with safety in their facilities. We started also with kind of a philosophical line of thinking, which was just that transparency is really important. And we used that as our baseline. One example is this man who's named George Lynch. He went into a hospital here in the city to get a knee replacement and actually got terrible sepsis and almost died. And now he needs to replace the other knee, and he just would really like to know where to go to avoid a problem. So we also used Medicare billing data, and I just want to talk through some of the issues with the data and the way we tried to work around it. I mean, the first challenge is just that perfect data in this space is not available. The medical community isn't keeping it, and what they do have, they don't make public. So instead, we got Medicare billing data, and what was in it was basic information about a patient, basic information about each hospital stay, and basic information about the procedure that took place there. Was it a total knee replacement? Was it a gallbladder removal, et cetera? What's not in this data is complete clinical records for any individual patient. The other issue is that the data can be unreliable. Hospitals don't reliably self-report in their billing records when something goes wrong, which is not a complete shocker. So we did some analysis and decided that we would use two pretty reliable data points in the data. One is deaths in the hospital. For the most part, if a patient died, that's coded accurately. And there aren't too many people who lived who were coded as having died. And then the other measure we decided to use was, did someone come back to the hospital within 30 days because they were so ill or in so much pain that they felt they needed to? The other thing is there's a concept called risk adjustment, which is, can we take into account the complexity of a case before we blame before we ding a surgeon or hospital for the problem that occurred? And we knew that we wouldn't be able to rely on coding in the data, so we decided instead to sort of risk adjust from the outset by really carefully filtering the cases we were going to consider. So we chose low-risk elective procedures. We excluded anyone who came in through the emergency room or showed signs of trauma. We didn't include cases where someone transferred in from another facility in case they already had, for example, an infection. And we excluded people with unusual diagnoses. And then another thing that we wanted to do that other people who measure healthcare really don't do, and I think we thought this way because we were journalists and not Medicare or researchers, we really wanted a single measure, and we felt really strongly that the units should be people. So how many surgeries did you do, and how many of those people had a problem? What became really clear, initially we actually thought that our project would be about hospitals, which hospitals are safe and which hospitals are not. What became really clear in our data was that there was a lot of variation between surgeons at the same hospital. And that if you had the expectation that if you went to a well-considered, excellently reputed hospital, you would also get a surgeon that had an excellent performance record. And we found that wasn't really the case. The problem when we initially had this finding was that all the surgeon IDs in our data were encrypted. So we could see that there were surgeons who had higher complication rates than their peers. We couldn't know who they were. What happened later is that they actually, because of a lawsuit, ended up releasing a crosswalk so then we could know who the encrypted surgeons were. And then we were like, fuck, because we were about to publish. We were like, oh God, now we have to do surgeons. And then at that point, it was like, well, so I think what we need is a mixed effects model with some sort of levels of nesting with, and then I was just like, let's get somebody to come in. So we found somebody at Harvard to help us out. So I'm just gonna walk through the steps of what we did. So the first thing we did was we identified surgeons who performed the procedures we were interested in Medicare. We identified cases where a complication took place, so we relied on coding to find out if somebody died or not, and also used some SQL magic to figure out if someone came back within 30 days. If they came back more than once, then we only counted it as a single complication so that we could keep that goal of the units being people in, people out. And then we made sort of a philosophical decision in the newsroom, and we had a lot of conversations about it, which was, do we know for sure if something went wrong, if it was the surgeon's fault? And the answer is we don't. We don't have complete medical records. But we decided that in the medical community, it's pretty clear that those surgeons aren't always to blame. They are responsible for the health and safety of their patients as they move through the health process. But as journalists, that's an interesting conversation to have. It's not the traditional way necessarily of approaching a question like that. So once we had a raw complication rate for surgeons, we undertook risk adjustment, so trying to adjust the complication rate for the complexity of the cases, and also attempting to tease out the impact of, if a surgeon does a good job at a crappy hospital, can we isolate the hospital effect and get at really the quality of the surgeon's care? We did that using a statistical technique called a mixed effects model, which has fixed effects and random effects. And the output of that model was an adjusted complication rate for each surgeon and a confidence interval around that adjusted complication rate. And again, using confidence intervals was an unusual thing to do in the journalism world, where we prefer sort of counts and, what do you mean? There's some uncertainty. Which is it? First I'm going to go through the findings. I think it's really important in data journalism to have findings. Otherwise, you're sort of publishing kind of the yellow pages or something. So what we found was that overall in these procedures, complication rates were low, which was what we expected. But even on these relatively low-risk procedures, there was major variation in surgeon performance. And like I said, so there's a sort of an idea that there are good and bad hospitals. Everybody knows what the good hospitals are in town, and if you go to one, then you'll be fine. But what we found was there are some surgeons with high complication rates who are operating at some of the best facilities, and some of them were even hospital leaders like chiefs of staff. We also found some surgeons with low complication rates in unexpected places. We got to go to Muscle Shoals, Alabama, and watch this Dr. Joyner, who performed really well, actually do a knee replacement, not for the faint of heart, not the favorite journalistic thing I've ever done in my life. The smell is what gets you. Anyway, and the other thing we found was, though some surgeons were pretty hostile to what we were trying to do, not everyone was a fan, there are also surgeons who are really stoked about it because up until now, their efforts weren't rewarded. Nobody knew that they were doing well or that they were going the extra mile. And so they just had to do it sort of out of the goodness of their hearts and not because of any incentive in the healthcare system. So I want to give you an overview. In addition to publishing a really long, excellent story that you should all check out, we also made a tool that has the adjusted complication rates of about 16,000 surgeons in it. So I wanted to let you see it. So this is the result that pops up if you search for this particular hospital in Florida or any given hospital. At the top, there's sort of a summary. It shows the procedures that we included in our analysis, and then each of those little pegs represents a surgeon-adjusted complication rate. And then zooming in, if you search for this procedure at this hospital, you can see that what you get is a point estimate for the adjusted complication rate, a 95% confidence interval around it, and the confidence interval is actually gradiented. We had a whole conversation about it. We asked how many breaks can the human eye discern. We decided it was 5. So we reran our equation, we reran our model 5 different times to get varying levels of confidence, and then shaded the confidence interval accordingly. What you can see as well is that often there's a pretty strong signal that somebody is maybe not the surgeon you want to choose, but there's a lot of overlap. And even in cases where it seems fairly clear-cut, at 95% confidence, there may be some level of overlap. And that's another thing we had to think about. If we aren't absolutely sure, what do we report? Can we be transparent about what level of uncertainty we have? Or if people overlap, do we just call them the same? What is our responsibility to patients here, and what is our responsibility to surgeons? I wanted to talk a little bit more about confidence intervals, especially because that dominated a lot of our conversation when it came to visualizing these results. So again, you can see here that there's a point indicating the adjusted complication rate point estimate with a little bar thing. Then there's the confidence interval with a gradient. What we decided to do to help people understand was anytime you hover over a surgeon's result, this little box pops up. So it clarifies what you're looking at, and also there's a learn more link for people who want the long version of the story. Where we came down was that confidence intervals actually add transparency. For one thing, they indicate the precision level of our estimate, but also if two surgeons are very similar, we feel like it gives a visual cue that they are in fact that way. You can see Dr. Deal here straddles the line between a low risk and a medium risk category. And that's what we've done, we believe, is transparent about that, as opposed to just calling him someone with a medium complication rate because he's right on the side of the line. And then there are cases like this. There's a somewhat strong signal here that shows there's a difference between these two surgeons, but there is overlap of 95% confidence intervals. Medicare and some other entities that do reporting would call these two patients the same. We actually felt like that was not transparent because most likely their performance is not the same, even though we're not certain. So we thought the most transparent thing to do was report the signal as it is, be clear about the level of precision we have, and then do everything we could to help through visualization people understand that that was going on. One other thing I wanted to point out, if you do a geographic search in our app, this is the sort of thing that will pop up. You can see that there's an exciting map, some summary information at the top, and then a list of hospitals. And in our model, typically, we actually strip out the hospital effect, but we were worried that we would end up accidentally sending people to the best surgeon at a terrible hospital. And so for ranking in the geographic search, we actually used a different version of the model that's implicit. We don't report the result, but we use it for ranking. So patients are sent to the best hospital-surgeon combination. You can imagine that not everyone was a fan. Some researchers felt like we were encroaching on their space. Some surgeons were less than excited, partially because there's a culture that's sort of like, you know, you can't question a surgeon. They know everything. Every patient is a snowflake. You can't possibly know anything without reading their complete record. But other folks were more excited about what we did. We sparked quite a conversation. I don't think I'll feel safe going to the doctor for like years. So if I need surgery, I'm just gonna deal with it. More whiskey and tears, I guess. So one professor at Harvard called our app disruptive in a good way, I think. He was saying, you know, he said there are limitations, but there are also ways that this is changing things for the better. A surgeon in the New England Journal of Medicine wrote a commentary that criticized us for not being peer-reviewed, and also she's just not a fan of any sort of scorecard for surgeons. So there's that. It's a special feeling when somebody's writing a commentary in a prestigious journal like that calls you, what is it, methodologically limited or whatever. We heard from a lot of folks with surgical groups, people who do patient safety work in hospitals. This guy says, congratulations. He was trying to get the surgeons in their group to agree to even internal reporting and measurement, and they were really resisting, and so he was able to say, well, too bad for you, it's already online. And then Dr. Peter Pronovost says that we're vigilantes and not scientifically sound. And there's a pretty common criticism, again, that we're not peer-reviewed. We believe what we did was more vigorous than peer review, but as journalists kind of tiptoe around this line between doing more complex data work and sort of traditional journalism where you don't deal in uncertainties, I think this is something that's going to come up more. And to conclude, we really wanted to be nimble and responsive. We knew we were going to get a lot of feedback, good and bad. Actually, my favorite Zen saying, and Jonathan can confirm that I have it in my cubicle, is when the student is ready, the teacher will appear. And so we're trying to be really receptive and humble. We know people know a lot more about this than we do. We've been guided along the way by experts, and so we're already working on version 2.0. We hope to have it out by the end of the year, and we want to keep iterating and making it better.
Thank you. All right, I just have a couple questions, and then we'll open it up to questions from the audience. My first question is for all three of you, and it's about. So I'm trained as a statistician, that's where my doctorate's at. And we have, every discipline needs its white whale, and ours is the curse of dimensionality, right? Data get big, things get complicated, it gets hard to see what's going on. And each of you spoke a little bit about having to check about what's, you know, what you've done, how to figure out if what you've done is right, if you've got sort of, you were referring to sort of accuracy levels, you were trying to replicate something, you have sort of inherent uncertainty in a lot of this. And I guess my question, and I think my question distills down to a comment, Olga, that you had made about peer review. So when the work that you're doing gets to a scale that you all are talking about, what replaces peer review for you? What is it? Is it the editorial process? Is it manual checking? Like what? Because in a scientific context, if you were doing this work, there would be something like that in place.
At the journal, there's a very, you mentioned editorial process. It made me think. We have this group, they call them the final readers or the standards editors, who basically grill us over every single facet of this thing, but they don't understand what we do so much. Do you know what I mean? They don't really know how to do it. But I've always figured whenever I'm doing anything on large scale or small scale, I want to find out as many different ways to check my same answer and see if I get the same result, and as many different ways to look at it. In some ways, it's like really frightening, of course, like you say, because there isn't peer review. But we do have like actually a team at the journal of people now that collaborate and think things through. And as soon as we find a really fascinating result, the first thing we think about is why is it wrong? What are we not thinking about here that could disprove this? So. And I don't know if that's a great answer, but.
Yeah, so we actually designed a whole plan for peer review and a separate plan for bulletproofing. We thought of it as concentric circles. So there were a few experts in the field who worked with us from day one, who helped us devise what we were going to do. And we checked every single decision we made with them. We had about 24 doctors review codes for us. So there are a lot of people who are involved throughout, and we made sure that they were keeping us in check. The next sort of concentric circle of review were people who were we called them friendlies. So people who would look at our work and point out mistakes without, alerting the Twitter sphere or whatever that were numbskulls. And that ended up being about a dozen people. So we wrote a full methodology paper to be transparent, and we sent it to that group of people and made changes reflecting the comments we got from them. And then the final concentric circle of review was to send our methodology to not hostiles, but to people who we knew had different thoughts on the issue, or people who might view it differently, people who had certainly pointed out to us if we made a mistake. We didn't take all of their advice, but we certainly wanted to make sure we weren't surprised by anything that folks had to say, and we did change some things based on the feedback we got from them. So while it wasn't formal peer review in the sense that you would get peer review if you're going to send something to a journal, we interacted a lot with people who are experts in the field because we know that we aren't. In terms of bulletproofing, we have a 2 hands on deck rule at all times for everything that we publish. So we made sure that somebody else in the office could reproduce a lot of the work. I made sort of a treasure hunt describing the steps of what I did in R, but not giving any code, and had somebody replicate it. Luckily, we have a super genius who's able to do that. And then we also brought a freelancer in from the outside to bulletproof all the code. And it was several thousand lines of SQL and way too many lines of R, like suicide-inducing numbers of lines of R.
There's no such thing as too many lines of R. But, okay.
So I think that's an agree to disagree. But anyway, so we knew that, worst case scenario is sort of like a what if we didn't carry the 2 and so everyone's result is wrong, or what if we're attaching the wrong surgeon names to surgeon IDs or something like that. Fortunately, for the most part, nothing like that has come to light. But then we also wanted to make sure that we had kind of crossed our T's and dotted our I's, because we knew that people were going to come for us. The phrase I like to use is shit show. It was my second shit show. It doesn't get easier the second time.
I would just repeat a lot of the things that the others already said. But in this case in particular, we were certainly not comfortable going it alone. It was our first foray into this, and having, expertise within our company was pretty cool. And also, I consulted with a stats professor who helped with the gut checking to make sure that we could be comfortable with the accuracy of the results. There's just a lot of routine anal things that you do when you do data journalism as a matter of practice, and every one of them was applied in this case. And we do have the good fortune at Reuters of operating in a team of data journalists. There's a lot of data journalists out there operating solo, and I've done that, and there's nothing scarier. But it is good to be in a collaborative environment where there are people around listening to you all day, and you can say, you can bounce ideas around. And the other thing, one thing I wanted to mention is we always, there's a systematic way of analyzing data, but there's also, when you write stories, you put your findings, but you also have anecdotes, and we always make sure that the anecdote, you go back to the original data and you make sure that that case is accurately represented, and sometimes that can flag problems in what you've done.
My second question, and then like I said, we'll go to the audience. Maybe Irfan, did you want to play? Thank you. My second question has to do with the representation of the work that you performed. So in Tom and Janet's case, we had fairly detailed computations, like Janet with the actual models themselves and the terms that were coming out of the latent Dirichlet allocation, or the LDA process. And Tom, in your case, we had things that matched or didn't, and there was a lot of data that can be shown. And in the end, I think in 2 cases we had sort of graphics that were high-level summaries of the work of the models, and then in Olga, your case, the model was just laid bare in all of its components. And I'm curious about the decision about how one chooses to let's say present a kind of high-level summary and not some of the core pieces of the model versus that decision to put all of the surgeons out there, all their names and so on.
Well, we did have we did have, the bird's eye view findings type graphics,
Yeah.
but we also had an interactive where you could actually drill down into these lawyers' records, and you could
excellent.
actually see every single petition that we analyzed and categorized, and you could see how we had categorized it and, what kinds of cases that person took on.
And the LDA helped inform some of that as well, like organizing them according to topics, or?
I don't know that the LDA really informed that as much as the human coding did.
Okay, excellent.
For the story that I talked about here today, we didn't do much of an interactive, but for others that we've done hospital by hospital. Like you could go and look in your state or city or call up any hospital you wanted to and see how they fared on the metrics that we were working on. So, but not with the outlier one.
Yeah, rephrase the question, Mark.
I guess in your case, the decision to, I suppose you mentioned it, that once the crosswalk was established between the encrypted labels for the surgeons and the surgeons' names, the next step was to present the surgeons, right? That was part of the project, I guess.
I mean, on a certain level, we could have proceeded and, made our own sort of hospital finder app, but the data was so clear on the point that if you're a patient, the most useful information for you is what surgeon is going to be slicing your body open, essentially. And so we felt, I think, on a certain level, an imperative once we had the information available to share it with people. Doing sort of big lookup apps is something we kind of do at ProPublica as well. But it felt weird to say, there are 8,000 dangerous surgeons in America. Wouldn't you like to know who they are? Too bad. We knew it wouldn't be a popular choice with everyone. I mean, the other thing is, we also had to, you have kind of a false positive, false negative question, right? If you're more sort of liberal in what you display, that increases the possibility that there's a hardworking surgeon who will be mischaracterized. If you're more conservative in what you display, that increases the possibility that a surgeon who could have a high complication rate will be portrayed as normal. And I think in the end where we came down was, what's in the best interest of patients, while trying to be as fair as possible to surgeons. But, reasonable people can disagree. Someone else might have made a different decision. And those someone else's have definitely let us know that they think that.
And by the way, Mark, I mean, this is one big difference between what economists do and what journalists do in general. Economists a lot of times look at some issue and say, this is what's happening, but they're not naming any names of individuals who are involved. They write the paper, and so we look at that and go, that's interesting. Can we recreate that? And then can we put the people who are doing this in the paper?
Well, that completely changes the stakes in some sense over academic publication. So LDA, the classic picture of here are the clusters with the words or the stemmed words attached to the clusters, that's appeared in countless academic papers, and the accuracy of that description is always like, well, but look, it's got the first few things right, it's okay, right? So it's a very different, thing than what you're describing in terms of the stakes for when it goes into a journalistic venue. Maybe we should open up for some questions.
Mark, would you mind if I be the one asking the question? You handed me the microphone.
Yes, and then there's a couple in the back too, yes.
So first of all, just to introduce myself, I'm Irfan Issa. I'm a professor of computing at Georgia Tech, so from the other side of the spectrum. And I just realized Mark, myself, and Nick are the only ones that have been to all four of these meetings. Maybe there might be a few more of computation and journalism. The reason I'm saying this is actually what three cases you described are exactly the kinds of things we want to know more about. So I appreciate you coming down for doing this kind of stuff. And I think the two problems that you set up were much more of the data veracity, data accuracy, getting the right kind of data, and then being able to kind of analyze and present it. And of course, the outcomes had people's names and all that kind of stuff. You presented a case which basically was trying to do LDA to get the data. Then you went through a whole practice of actually providing reinforcements to it personally through correcting the codes and providing an interactive pipeline. Actually, we know how to do that in computations too. It's called reinforcement learning and interactive machine learning. We do those kinds of things, but you presented a very good example of that. The reason I'm saying this is it would be amazing. So, while peer review is an important thing in our communities, and I know you folks don't think of that as important ones, but this might be the venue where you want to present some of this stuff as a publication, perhaps much more on the process and the methodology of what you have accomplished. I mean, some of us in this room would be very happy to work with you folks on trying to do this, because that is the purpose of this event, this conference, this community, to bring to light the kinds of stuff you folks are doing. The other thing which I want to emphasize is there is no throwing over the fence. The communities of computation and journalism have to interact to achieve this. I'm glad that you found Andrew who helped you out with all of this LDA stuff, but this kind of interaction has to increase more if we're going to do this. Yes, I understand the doctors that you're evaluating don't like it. There are lots of rate my professor sites out there rating me these days too. I don't like them either. Because again, there are lots of issues with those types of things, but that's not what the point is. Here we're more interested in the methodology and the process that you're going through. And we would love to have these kinds of cases more and more in this community.
So we have a few questions. Oh, we have several questions. In the back there.
I've actually thought for a while that it would be fun to get a grant to do like a sort of data buddy site where smart computer people can get matched with journalists. Sort of like matched.com, but in a nerdy way with no touching.
Well, no, I think that's a good. I think that's a good idea, and especially
maybe
something.
Maybe the guff and description needs a little work.
But I think I think that's an excellent idea. I mean, we're doing more and more training of students around data in the school, but I think that even with the amount of training we're giving them, being able to mount something like an LDA or being able to mount a mixed effects logistic regression is probably more than they're going to do straight out of school. So having that sort of a matchmaking service seems like an incredible thing we should talk about.
Hi, so I've got two questions regarding the data sets. The first is for the Medicare data set. What was the name of that data set?
The Medicare calls them the limited data sets.
Okay,
That's what they're
limited
called.
data set.
And it's it's not FOIA-able or anything. You need to do a data user agreement, and it's like it can't be in the cloud or anything like that. It's got to be. It's really restrictive. It's not easy to get.
Okay, and so the other question was about the scorecard. How exactly were these complications defined? I mean, like who is responsible for defining when there's a complication and when there's not a complication? Because it seems like something that's very political. I mean, if I was a surgeon, I would never call anything I did a complication. And if I was an insurance company, I would take the surgeons who charge the most and say, oh, you make complications in everything. It seems really political. So like, who's defining this?
Sure. So, like I said in the presentation, we wanted to use the most reliable data points in the data. So we figured out that when a patient was admitted and just discharged was pretty reliable and not subjective. And we figured out again that if somebody died, that was also not very subjective. And once we identified those as the data points we wanted to use, we actually came up with a list of every single reason somebody came into the hospital after 30 days that appeared in our data at least twice. So something that happened at least twice in 5 years. And then we recruited a panel of 24 doctors, including surgeons, including specialists. A lot of the surgical societies help supply experts for us. So we had a panel of at least 6 experts, including at least 1 specialist, review every single one of those codes. And then we took the consensus of those experts. Was this likely related to surgery? Was it, do we not have enough information to say if it was related to surgery or not? And then,
What did you say about after 30 days? I didn't understand that.
Sorry. So one of the measures we used was after surgery, did someone have to return to the hospital within 30 days?
Within 30, okay.
So yeah, we tried to be thorough in having people review all of those codes. We wanted it to be a pretty complete count. We wanted it to have some credibility. There was an aspect of it that was sort of like herding cats. But we just wanted to make sure that people who were smart and had clinical knowledge laid eyes on every single reason someone came back to the hospital. There's actually pretty good agreement in terms of what was a complication, other than occasionally you'd get somebody whose coding was just sort of, some people were like, yes, the gunshot could have been because of their hip surgery or whatever. And people who were like, no, the fact that their leg fell off was definitely not related to the surgery, just no, 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 no. And so we actually did a little bit of math to take into account the fact that some reviewers were just kind of like, sort of, off the reservation.
So my name is Jenny Stromer-Galley, and I'm at Syracuse University. And I want to jump off of what you said, Olga, about these kind of complex data sets. I'm struck by public opinion research, right? There's, whenever you do public opinion surveys, there's a margin of error. And I think back to, the 2004 presidential election when John Kerry and George Bush were basically statistically in a dead heat, except journalists reported that Bush was ahead by a point, even though it was within the margin of error. So statistically, there was no difference between them. And so when the ProPublica scorecard came out, I know in my newspaper in Syracuse, the newspaper went to town looking at the hospitals and the surgeons, and then the commentary from surgeons saying, this isn't fair. I just deal with more complicated cases, so therefore I'm getting scored badly. And the coverage by the reporters in my town, and I'm sorry if anybody's here from my town, did not bring a lot of nuance to the reporting coming from the scorecard. And so I guess the question is that when you're dealing, and this is for all of you, you're dealing with complex data sets that require nuance and explanation, but then there are the pressures of reporting, which is about simplicity and telling a clear story. And so when you release these kinds of complex data sets, when you have these complex stories to tell, how do we help the public and journalists to tell that story in a way that does reflect some of the nuance and complexity?
I mean, I can talk a little bit about what we did. So part of our business model, except we're a nonprofit, so maybe business isn't quite the right word, part of our model is that we partner with other outlets to help publish our work. A few months before publication, we had identified the NBC owned and operated affiliates as our broadcast partner. And we have an ongoing relationship with Gannett newspapers. So we held, and it takes work, right? So we had conference calls multiple times with both groups of people. We went to NICAR and had office hours. We tried to respond to emails as much as we could. We made a reporting recipe. We tried to supply materials. We offered suggestions. It was like, some surgeons struggle with a common surgery is a good headline, like Butcher of Baltimore, not a suggested headline. In the end, people made their own decisions. I didn't read anything or see anything that, shocked me to the core, fortunately. But it is I think not all analyses are appropriate for all venues of publication is, I think, part of what we learned. And the results of mini analyses, are not as clear-cut as we would like, and then it's a decision, is there enough valuable information here that dealing with a level of uncertainty is okay?
There's a big problem like all over the place. The jobs report came out this morning, and I don't know what the number was, but you always see the headline number reported, and the margin of error on that thing is gigantic. But you never, that's always maybe, if you're lucky, it's way deep in the story. I argue with editors all the time. They want to, be concise and cut it down, and I said, no, we need this nuance because this is what we did and this is what we said. It's got to be in there. We try to write on in depth how we did it. Things that are online, they will never make room for them in the paper. Like the the higher education report card that the Obama administration just released. A lot of people have been reporting the salary earning data out of that for particular schools, not noting that they only have data for the percentage of students at that school that got financial aid. And so for some really elite schools, you've got 5% of the students who got financial aid, and so that number doesn't tell you about the entire body of the school. So there are all these little nuances, and when you do what we do, we're used to looking for those and worrying about them and thinking about them, but there are like a lot of journalists who don't deal well with numbers and don't deal with that nuance and don't read the documentation and don't read the, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But
I don't really have anything to add.
Other questions?
Of course, you had the help of different programmers or computer scientists, but for yourselves, what are the languages or what type of computer training that you have? Like you mentioned R or Python. What do you suggest and how does it help to talk with more specialists?
R, Python, SQL Server for database stuff, Excel. Mark hates Excel, I know, by the way, but but sometimes it's useful just to throw it in there and mess around. But
in general, I would say in this day and age, if you want to be a data journalist, learn a programming language. I mean, a lot of people learn Python because it's widely used. It's not the only language out there, and I don't know that it really matters what you start out learning as long as you start learning how to program. And once you learn how to program in one language, then you understand the concepts and it's not that hard to pick up others.
I learned on Fox Pro. How many of you ever heard of
me
Fox
too.
Pro?
Yeah.
That's where I learned a script.
Yeah.
That's how old I am. So.
I don't know what Fox Pro is, but I also grew up in a small village in Siberia, so it's not actually true.
I had the amateur version of Fox. I didn't have the professional version.
Yeah. Fox Pro is this really great database program. Like you literally could fit the whole program on the 3.2 floppy disk, those old hard floppy disks. You could fit the whole program on there and load it on a computer and go to town. And it was very powerful and it did scripting and Microsoft bought it and it went away.
All right, maybe one more question. Yes, in the blue.
Everyone's out there going, what's a 3.2 floppy disk?
You're like just stacking them up,
I
right?
know, I'm
Like the
still
floppy and the...
So I've recently been working on stories similar to yours, but the problem that I've noticed is that once you start thinking in this way about viewing an issue using comprehensive data, it's like the possibilities are endless. Like everything you look at in the news, you're like, I could do a story about that. I could, there's so many different avenues that haven't been explored yet. So I guess my question is, how do you, and then once you do pick something, it's so arduous, you're like devoted to it. And so
That's great, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, but my question to you is how do you pick which to do?
We pick based on impact. Is the story going to be widely read? Does it matter? Are there people affected?
Yeah, I think good basic questions are, will anyone ever care? But I think also it's really worthwhile to put a lot of thought into whether a question is answerable or not. I think people focus a lot on tools, which is important, although the wind can kind of shift in that respect. but I think having a good data question in mind at the beginning of a project leads to better journalism, and it's more of an art than people think it is. And sometimes people ask questions that really just aren't answerable or aren't answerable with the data on hand. The other thing I see a lot is we have fancy tools and we have a bunch of stuff, and so we want to use it, and can we think of something? And it's not a good way to start thinking about a question.
No, you got to have a reason why you're digging into something. You can't just say, oh, that, like nobody, you mentioned nobody's looked at something or something, so I got this new thing and so I'm just going to see what I can see. You have to have like a thesis or some question that you want to answer. You can't just start messing around. It's a path to
You do
wasted
kind
time.
of like, you do a cost-benefit analysis really is what you do. And you think, okay, how much, you try to estimate how much work is involved, and then what is the minimum story, right? So everybody wants the best possible story, but a lot of times on projects like these, you end up learning about limitations of the data kind of later on in the process. So you should always go in with a minimum story. You know, if this doesn't work out, am I going to be able to have something for my work? And then is that minimum story really worth the effort?
Right. Well, actually, we should probably cut. We're going downstairs, though, for a reception, so there will be lots of time to continue conversation. So the reception is just downstairs. Those of you who are setting up demo, actually, let's thank our panel first. The reception is just downstairs. Those of you who are giving demos, if you could hustle down there just a little bit faster than everybody else, because we want you to set up, but we're running a little late, so head on down.
Thank you. That was great. Oh, sure. Thank you. That's awesome.
Yeah. Thank you. Oh, hi, yeah. Yeah, we have these same thing.
Young schools and a beautiful. So how much did that add on?
We're actually working on a follow-up to that story right now. I don't know where it's going to go, but no, I don't think so. There might be some entity extraction, but I'm